Hey, hey. Hello. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, SC. And now stop to the Droxen. Woo, thank you, SC. I mean, it didn't show me here, but thank you. Appreciate. Had to budget for a while. It's totally fine, you know, and just save money, very important. Only support if you're comfortable and able to. Pinky's doing slow, still waking up again. It's fine. It's fine. It's like... Oh wait, I'm so late. I didn't even realize that. Also, my dumb hand just pressed a bunch of wrong buttons just now. That's why the music is like, oh. Music says I'll stop for a bit. But man, this music is bumping. Also, Artemis, my beloved. Artemis, my beloved. Let me see how much screenshot I took yesterday. Let me open up Steam real quick. There we go. That was a fast open. Also, I was kind of upset that I didn't get Artemis, the card. I got 2 Hamir and 2 Ayala. It's like, hello? Oh, only 6 screenshots? Oh god. I'm so terrible. Only 6, although all of them are Artemis, yes, but man, you take more. I'm cooking eggs right now. Cool. Eggs good. Something about eggs just fascinates me so much. Eggs is like the only thing that can they can have so much different kind of preparations and all taste differently. Yeah, eggs, crazy. That's my view on eggs, by the way. Eggs cool. Can see. Oh yeah. Yesterday I forgot to open the closed captions. Now I did. I opened up closed captions. I didn't forget this time. Hehe. Let me see just in case am I missing anything. No, right? Let's see. Yeah, I need to check. Oh yeah, I am missing something. I was like, this is a little bit too less. Like, there should be 1 or 2 more things. That's like, oh yeah, streamer bot's missing. That was mine. CC was doing CC stuff. Oh, is CC not showing currently? Oh, I think CC is detecting something else. Question mark? Oh my god, mama! Ooh! CC this butt?
CC this butt Godro Bongo.
Thank you. I will CC this butt. Oh, yesterday was CC... Huh? CC was already doing its stuff? Cool, I mean, hell yeah, man. Thanks, Roxas. 20 bulan, oh my god. Thanks, Roxas. Also, hi, you little shit. Hope you are doing good. I'm gonna open up Dungeons of Aether. I don't even want to wait anymore. Still haven't do anything. I haven't made the yip yet. But I think... How about on Monday? Let's do some sound things. I'll do an art stream, but quote-unquote art stream where I'll do like some sound shit. Like last time I did. Recording noises on stream. Let's go. Which is certain Pinky is poo-poo source for important things. No, don't say that. It's not poo-poo source. Not necessarily anyway. Pinky good source. It's been 20 months and where's the Airbnb? It's 160, isn't it? Monday be Yip Day, yeah. I'll probably just add a few. Like 3 or 4. Because I'm not too sure how Audacity works. Oh, like I know, but not in depth. Know what I mean? Alright, I want to play Artemis. Also, only 6 pictures though. God. Artemis is so good. Shit. Shit. What? Monday be Yip Day. Oh, is it gonna rain today? Oh my god. Yesterday is like hot as fuck. Today is just pouring.
Before history, before legend even.
Yeah, it's quite dark outside. I assume Challenge Dungeon is like to those who want to keep playing the game and not story. I could just play Challenge Dungeons off stream because god do I love this game. Alright, let's keep doing it. Where were we? I'm gonna keep doing Artemis stuff. Should I? Yes, I should. Gosh, what if I upgrade you? And then are you gonna be like all evil like the axolotl here? God, I want my axolotl back still. After receiving damage, now I'll sell this. Thank you very much. I already get Clover. Thank you. I have 1 Obsidian. Which one should I upgrade? Let's upgrade this. Yeah, let's upgrade this. I'll be able to forge better upgrades. Are you sure? Don't turn evil. Sure. Yep. Yep. Fuck's sake. Oh, I don't understand. Here, I like base defense. Actually, no, I like speed. How can I upgrade more? Let's buy 1 Obsidian. No, I don't want to make that evil, but I'll get a chameleon. Reduce orb course. Oh, reduce orb cost? This is such a good long-term investment? Yeah, you can have it. You'll be my new favorite customer, are you sure? Yeah. I mean, look at how beautiful... Look how beautiful this chameleon is. God, I love her. Let's store this one. Should be good. That pathetic excuse of a warrior stole the Emperor of Destruction. Who does she think she is? Oh, I cannot play... No, I have to play through everyone? Can I not just play Artemis, my beloved? Hot Malaysian rain? Oh god, it is getting so dark. I should get ready soon. I'm gonna close the windows. Me Lexi when they allow you to upgrade in different orders. True. Like there's so many freedom. Fine, let's play Slade. I mean, Slade is hard. I don't mind playing as Slade. I want a bigger color Obsidian. The mineral deposits are known to contain more of it. I came here hoping to find enough Obsidian to lure Orcane back to the Polakai Islands. I didn't expect to find this much. So many glittering goodies. I might have to take multiple trips. And with the power of the shard, I'll be running back and forth from the coast like like a fish takes the water. I love you, Slade. Not as much as Artemis though. I must delve deeper. What other riches do you hold, my sweet minds? 51 gold. I think shield is not even that good. After getting any stat decrease, and then Crab's Claw is pretty good. If they use stamina, let's sell this. I personally just feel like shield is not even that good. Oh, Slate still had the boot. Oh, how about this? Let's store the boot. Very important. Yeah. Let's store the boot. Yeah, boot's too important. We need to store the boot. God, I love this game. As fish takes to water, I didn't know fish could take the water. Maybe fish can? God, this game just makes character look so hard. I cannot. Alright, let's go. Mineral deposits. Nourishment. Grants 2 speed at the beginning of the next turn after using stamina. Ooh. Oh, that's good. Plate armor. Can't receive more than 1 damage per turn. It's not even that good. You know, while we listen to this, let me just close the windows. It is getting ridiculously dark. It feels like it's 6 PM currently. I'm gonna close the window and open up the lights real quick. Oh, it's actually getting kind of scary. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh my god. And thunder? Ooh. Okay. Thunder? Oh. Cheer. Okay, all good, all good. The room is safe. The room is safe. If you go outside, I recall go trucks out. Why not out Droxen? Yeah, the terrors of nature. Kinda terrifying, but at the same time very fascinating. Ooh, 6气. Okay, good. Reroll. Speed. Ooh, 6气. The puns will continue, I will cry. I will cry. Keep one of the dice until next turn. I like stamina. Yeah, let's get stamina. Why not? Hi, Foxy. Oh, I forgot how good the music is. Fuck. Okay, so Slay will always have 1 defense, but can have... Yeah, if speed is higher, then Slay will auto dodge. But damn, that's a really fast speed. Okay, I'm faster, but I do need to do this. -2, I'll still get hit. -2, I'll still get hit. Instantly gains 1 stamina though. Okay, that's good. Pound? What does pound do? Inflicts -1 stamina to opponent. Okay, that negates it then. Hi, McLarge. Got some news? What's up? Oh, I'll be taking this, thank you. That's a lot of speed. God damn. Gosh, I mean, it's faster, I'm gonna get hit. Enrage. If damage comes 1-5 take down on the next turn, I'm not even gonna attack. I'll sprint. 2 ACC and 3 speed. Yeah, good. Nope, there it is. It's raining very heavily outside. Holy shit. I got my VRC model. You got it? Nice! Dude, those models looks really good. Good stuff, good stuff. Big congrats to you. DM it to me? Alright, I'll look at it afterwards. I assume I cannot look at it on stream. I don't know. Okay, I'm faster. Good. Use on crate. Okay, good. Right, get him. So it's equals to no, Pinky, no, don't no, Pinky not stupid, like at all. Pinky good. Oh, merchant. Boots. Like bring the 2 speed now next time after blocking or dodging. That seems really good. Oh, what the rain! Holy shit! Let me check on the walkers. I think they're still outside. Actually, I forgot. Oh god, I think they went home. I hope they went home. Let me go downstairs for a little bit. I think I need to go check out on them. They're still at home. Alright, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, good. My sister got back in time. Thank God. Alright, all good. Now I can focus on doing this and play games and be myself. I do want the boots though. I feel like this one is not even that good. I'll sell this one. Like boots good. Also, this one is not as good. I'll keep the rest. Chick instead run house and other people in the face of nature's terrors. It's not really terror. I mean, I'm glad it's raining, just I didn't expect it to rain that much. Yeah, it's a huge rain. I can't barely see the building that's like right opposite my house. That's how big the rain is. Super big. Don't know how to explain it well. Nice. Three speed with the same, then I win. One only? No. Can we block that? Adjust? I mean, I'm using 3 stamina. They already get hit. Or slash them. Nah, I'll slash them. So that they cannot hit me. Yeah, that's good. See? Slate good. No attack dice. I'm taking this. Speed. I'm taking speed and this. 1 stamina so that I can slash. I mean, I'll steal. They already did. 10 liters per cubic centimeter. How do I even count that? I don't know. Oh, can I not use this key? I think that's a mechanism. Oh, gee. The thunder. Oh, hey, I have a geode. And Pirate Hook? I don't know, I feel like Pirate Hook is good. You know what? Let's change up. And get more money. Thank you very much. Huh? I can open up this door. Hi, Brian. Sorry, I'm like, no, Brian, please don't be sorry. It's fine. No, Brian, this is there's no time constraint to this. I just appreciate you stopping by. This can be the spin-off of Rivals of Aether. I don't know about spin-off, but I feel like they're of the same universe. It's just like a story for different characters in the universe. That's how I put it anyway. Hi, Poyolapan. Am I missing something here? I am. I definitely am. But what though? Do I have to sleep here? Oh wait, yo. I'm dumb. Sorry. I'm actually dumb. Even if I take attack, they can block. Yeah, see? Yeah. Get speed at least. This guy doesn't want to get attacked. My god, I'm gonna snatch. Grants 1/2 stamina die on the next turn. If damaged, I'm not even gonna attack you. Like, I cannot even. It's weird how he doesn't want to attack me though. I have like 1 defense. If that's the case, I guess I'll sprint. I mean, I'm faster. Yeah. Slate looking too hot, not gonna lie. But then it's not as hot as Artemis. But still. Oh, lucky. Yeah, not letting it block. Oh, you? No. Oh, but 5 attack though. Bad wording for me to confirm what you said. It's not a parallel world. I mean, same. I assume it's the same universe? I cannot slash. I don't want to get hit. Okay, -2. -2. Yeah, all good. That swashbuckler looks like he's got some fancy footwork. Yeah, very fancy. I mean, it says here light-footed. Oh my god, the thunder is kind of scary. What the fuck? Gosh, I want to take a picture outside. Jesus. Give me a second. This is new. Okay, I took a picture. I can show it to you afterwards. It's crazy. God, the rain. Oh, hi, cheesecake. It's the cheesecake. I got it right. Just temporary support. Oh, cheesecake. Whoa, cheesecake is so stinky. I'll take this. No, actually, I'll take this. Cheesecake stinky. Hi. How you doing, cheesecake bro? Oh shit, I don't want you to go. Attack me. Yeah, steal. Let's see, I'm good. 9. And then when I slash, they cannot attack me. Exhausted. Oh. Tomorrow, last day of final exams, I need to finish. Homework. Oh god. Tomorrow is the last day of final exams and there's still homework? Shit. Big good luck on that one. It's tough, but you got this. Since when they were using Snatch? I wonder if this 6 is attack. It's wild. Yep, it is. Fuck.
How does the moon get his haircut?
How does the moon get the haircut? Oh wait, sorry. I forgot about this. Where's my mouse?
Eclipse it.
Eclipse? I'm gonna cry. Eclipse it. Eclipse it. Oh my god, they want to kill me. Oh wait, I act first, I win. Oh yeah, I win. I mean, just in case, here is speed. I'm way faster than you. And I'll steal your money and you die. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. There we go. Homework gives 3 points. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I mean, yeah, that does kind of make sense. Underground bulletin. Oh yeah, scoop. Okay. Hello, dear readers. Your fearlessly spelunking scoop is bringing news and experiences to your doorstep, so you don't have to. I recently traveled to the depths of the mineral deposits beneath Juiceveld and see what's what. Oh. What? Thunder. Whoa. Whoa. He threw a hamburger. Hamburg. What's ever going on? I don't know. RGB bolt? No. We jamming. I'm jamming at least. Just want to throw as many things on screen as possible. Maybe I should add something that throws like multiple things instead of just kills me instantly. Well, quote unquote kill, not real. Nah, just have fun, it's good. I like it too. The cave network down here is overflowing with gleaming gems and breathtaking geological formations. Just a handful of the glittering sand down here would make a person wealthy, which is probably why Badger Corporation wants to strip mine the whole thing. Legend has it that this is the nesting ground of Amathor.
Hey Droxen, what kind of tree fits in your hand?
I don't know. There's no tree that can fit in my hand. Tree saplings? I'm so small.
A palm tree.
I got fuck. You're grounded. Go to the corner. I'm gonna cry. It's an assignment that happens near the end of finals and it is important, but I can't go further because of stuff. God, that seems a little bit excessive. Final exams, and then before the final exams is homework directly. I feel like that's a little bit much, but still.
I was addicted to the hokey pokey, and then I turned myself around.
Hokey pokey, what is that? The fabled behemoth who fought alongside the gods ages ago. I didn't see any mountain-sized bugs brimming with earthen energy, but seeing the splendor down here makes you wonder if you're in his presence. Oh shit, is this like a foreshadowing? Am I gonna fight the fabled big boy? Oh, hey. Relentless? Oh god, okay. That's the fence dice, you fuck.
What did the buffalo say to its son when it dropped him off at school?
Buffalo? Did somebody drop him out of school? And...
Bison.
Okay, stream's ending. Yeah, goodbye everyone. Stream's ending. How do you guys even get all these things? Bye, son. I'm gonna cry. Alright, I'll squat. Alright, that's good. 5, 5, 5, 4? It's gonna get 4 of the wild dice. Yeah, I don't know what this is though. I'm hoping this is attack. No, it is. Okay, I'm dead. That's wild? Oh my god. I mean, at least I act first. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? No you don't. Oh, I cannot slash. Okay, you know what? Nah, I'll squat for now. I'll save.
I took a selfie in the shower, but it was blurry.
I took a selfie in the shower, but it was blurry. I mean, probably because of the mist.
I have selfie steam issues.
Selfie steam? Huh? Selfie steam? I don't know what that is. Self-esteem? Selfie? Oh, self-esteem? God damn it. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Self-esteem, huh? God damn it. How do I... I'll get speed and I'll get this. But now I cannot slash? I cannot. 8? Nah. Slate so speedy. Speed, I'll get this. 1, okay. I'll get this. Whoa. Get this. So no matter what, I'm faster. Are you gonna use stamina? Yep. Okay. Yeah, I already won. Let's get stamina back. Tree defense die? That's not even useful. I mean, for Slade, any number of die on defense counts as 1. Even though if it's like 6 or whatever, it's just 1 forever. Because Slade can dodge. Oh, I have the key.
Do you know how much a rainbow weighs?
No. Tell me about it. The thunder is very scary right now. I'm scared.
It's pretty light.
Oh, it's pretty... True. True. I will cry. Tree that's constable. Oh shit. I can't really... I'll come back afterwards. I'm getting bombarded by puns. You should ouch them, Cheesecake. We always dodge when speed is higher than opponents. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I'm not even gonna attack. This thing's too fast. I'll sprint. Alright, 7 speed. I have more base speed. I'm gonna play with my speed. I knew it. Now I can lie. 7... Oh god, that's a lot. Okay. I can slash. I'm gonna use so much now. Ooh, new cheat. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna get that much from this.
A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit are donating blood at a hospital.
A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit? What's a pastor?
The nurse asks the rabbit what her blood type is.
Alright, Pinky, have good luck. Speed.
She says, I'm a type O.
What blood type is she? The rabbit blood type is type O. A priest, a pastor, and a rabbit. I must be... Is that... Huh? What's a pastor? I know priest because I play Maple Story. It's like something very holy. A pastor is like a religious figure. Oh, so it's like something like priest. But Yeah, something like priest. They already got so much defense. I'm gonna play defensively. Yeah, look at that. Grow? The rabbit's blood type is type O. I mean, I'm type A, but maybe I don't get this one. I have no idea. If I squat, then I'll be fine, so I can save some stamina. If blocks this turn gains stamina as well, yeah! I'm blocking. There we go. Slowly farming my stamina back. There's too many defense dice and not a single attack dice, like, excuse. No defense for you. I'm slower than this, so that I can kill. There we go. This is a play on jokes that start with a priest, a pastor, and a rabbi. No T. Rabbi are doing thing. A rabbi is also being. Oh, rabbi is also religious vigor, and the rabbit is a joke of blood type O. So they say I'm a type O, which sounds like I'm a type. Oh my god. Because rabbi and rabbit are very closely spelled together. Comedy TED Talk. Sorry, you have to explain it to me. I'm terrible when it comes to understanding jokes sometimes. Must be hard explaining jokes sometimes. I feel bad. Oh yeah, I need one less. If I can find a merchant, that'll be great. Too wild. Or too stamina. Here, I get this. Get speed. Oh, that's a wild. Okay. One. Adjust? Why are you adjusting? Yeah, if you're not gonna attack, I'll prepare. I'll sprint for it. I think this one has a small cultural barrier, it's okay. Yeah, probably, since I don't know much about the religious stuff. Whoa. I'm driving. Don't look at my screen.
Emotional damage.
Don't look at my drive. Look at the road. Look at the road, please. Also, hi Diluc. Oh god. Look at the road. Diluc, please. Diluc, please. Look at the road. Base speed is 5. I can only spare one of these. This +1. And then I can attack it with slash and I get -2. Yeah, I can do the attack. Good. Thanks for the subscribe, Diluc. Appreciate. Also, look at the road, don't look at the screen. That's a lot of speed die. I'm gonna assume this one's attack. Oh, unlucky. Check this one. One defense? I mean, I already won. Like this. But I have no technical. But I can do this. I'm still faster. I can steal your money.
What is a Malaysian's favorite city?
Malaysia's favorite city? I don't know. I have to say it's either Johor or Selangor. Or even KL.
Siti Nurhaliza.
Siti Nurhaliza. Look, Siti Nurhaliza is either is a singer or an actress. Why is it Siti Nurhaliza? Siti Nurhaliza. Gosh, it's been a long time. Siti Nurhaliza is like the 90s or 80s time period.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my god. Siti Nurhaliza though. Oh, I have maximum storage. I'm gonna try. The boot! I have the boot. The Siti Nurhaliza is great though. Her singing is really good. Uh-oh. At least my mom used to love her so much.
What is a Malaysian's favorite dish?
Oh, that's very complicated. A lot of people has different taste, but I think the more loved ones by most people.
Astro.
Astro bukan lah Astro. Kenapa Astro tak bagus punya? Okay, now we're in Malaysia territory, huh? Astro, it's not even the food. But for real though, I think the most accepted Malaysian favorite dish has been said to be nasi lemak. Nasi lemak is pretty good. Like most accepted towards the whole place, I think. Something like that. I looked at jokes from Malaysians, I don't understand any of these. But I don't get, why is it Astro? Astro is like a TV broadcast service. It's like Astro has a Astro where you type 3-digit numbers and then you can go to different channel that you can watch on TV. You have like a TV box or some shit, that's Astro. And then once you pay for their services, you can have access to like a shitload of channels. I never use Astro. I mean, at least I used to. But now that the computer and internet is so strong, Astro just become redundant. Oh, that's good.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh, actually, oh, this one is just right. Like Dish Network? I don't know what that is, but maybe. That's funny as fuck. Oh, you get it? I don't get it. Oh, please. If I don't get this, this will be my first chess. Oh, God. Oh, wait, that's just right. Oh. Ooh, look at this. Earthen Earrings grants 2 stamina die if you have 2 or more stamina dice at the start of the turn. 2 or more stamina dice? How do I even get stamina dice? I don't have grow. But this one looks like a really good equipment. Gem of Poison is not that good. I'm terrified. I mean, I could eat fish. And get cheese again. There. Oh, Dish Network is the TV thing, so it's like Astro as well? I mean, similar to Astro then. Strategist, okay. 5 defense.
How does Fergie order char kway teow?
Fergie ordered char kway teow? How?
My hum.
My hum. Okay. Okay. Fucking my hammer. Wow, big tail. Fucking shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, my. I mean, okay. Usually char kway teow has like ham inside. Ham is some sort of a clam. I don't know if it's actually clam, but it's like some very specific clam. We call them hamla, like ham. And it's like Fergie ordering my ham. My ham is like buying clam or some shit like that. Why Fergie? Fuck's sake, that's so good. My ham. The strong? Oh shit. I mean, I'm not first. I need one of these. I need a squad. I can get 2 stamina back afterwards. And I get speed with... if I block that. Squad instantly grants 2 defense. Yep. My hum. Can't. 5 defense? God. Yep, I knew it. Fergie has a song lyric my hum. Oh. Oh my god, that's like my hum. So there's a Malaysian version of my hum, and then it's like Fergie is like the other version of my hum. My hum. I cannot. Oh, char kway teow. That's pretty good. Snatch. You're blocking. You're not attacking though. I'll get this here, and I will sprint. Talking about booty. That my hum is pretty good. Yeah, speed.
What is the strongest chicken in the world?
Strongest chicken? I mean, we have like fighting chicken.
I am titanium.
I am titanium? What the fuck is that? I am titanium. I mean, I know what I am is. I am is like chicken. But I am titanium? Is that a real thing in Malaysia? I didn't know. Holy shit, I am titanium sounds really strong. Okay, at least I can attack. Oh, they're gonna snatch. Shit. Why are they snatching? No clue. I need to look this up. I mean, as long as I act first, right? Grant 1 3 stamina die on the next turn. Shit. I mean, I can attack it. Slash -2 on everything.
What is the heaviest me?
Oh, that counts? What is the heaviest me? Uh-oh. Hokkien me?
Wonton me.
Wonton me? I can't. I can't. Wonton me's pretty powerful though. 12. Just gonna strike. Oh shit. I mean, I can. So long as I'm faster, I can always auto dodge with 3 stamina. Wonton me though, I'll try. 3 stamina. I'm gonna expend stamina, so let's drink this.
I hope you are entertained.
Oh, I am very entertained. I mean, I'm supposed to be the one that's entertaining you all, but it's just a role reversal? Wow. I'll take it. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit anyway. Gonna get some stamina back.
What is your country's favorite brand of coffee?
Oh god, I don't know. I don't really drink a lot of like
Capicula Sandiri.
Copy Kela Sandiri? The fuck is that? This one piqued my interest. I mean I know Sandiri is like yourself, but why? Why is it Copy Kela? What the hell is Copy Kela? This one piqued my interest. Copy Kela. There's no copy. Oh. Oh, Copy Kela. Copy Kela is like a shop.
Lol 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 lol.
Okay, alright, alright, okay, right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I cannot, okay, steal. Give me money. I can't. Copy Kila Sandiri. Let's drop this. With a Jude, loot all. Do we have penguin here? Tree less consumable? Oh god. There's no merchant here. Yeah, there's 2 of these as well. Oh, I can't even go back! Because the... Oh no. Yeah, I was like, why can I not go back? Damn, I missed out on so many things. I do kind of want this though. Because usually this has like very... quite a rare things. But I do need to drop 2 more things. There. Oh, I regret my deeds and my words and everything. That's like the worst shit ever. Oh god. It's fine, let's go downstairs, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Sorry if I'm speaking kind of loud just because the rain is like super heavy. Oh yeah, I should show how big the rain is. Here, give me a second. I sent this picture to myself on Facebook so that I can show you guys. Give me a second. I mean, currently it's still like storming outside, so it's kind of scary. It's almost the same anyway. So this is the view from right inside my room to outside. It's like, I can barely see the building. I can barely see the building from the opposite side. Look at this. That's how big of a rain that's going on right now. It's like, goddamn. See, I wasn't joking when I say I can barely see the building on the opposite side. It's so close, but damn, the rain is huge. It's like shit. Kinda scary, not gonna lie. So pretty, it kinda is, not gonna lie, it kinda is. Like, I love rain. Yeah, I love rain when I'm inside the house. I hate rain when I'm outside though. Oh yeah, it's quite safe here. I feel like the place that I live in, not gonna say where I am, is on the higher side, I think, so flood will not happen very easily. And I think the sewage system is pretty okay, so like, yeah, it's pretty good. Man, the rain, very comfy. What is this though? Rain's good, I like rain. Oh. Speed? Yep, okay. Oh, nice. And rage. If damaged, I don't even do. I want sprint. Can I? One less? Yep, okay, good. So seem targeted. I'm actually slightly hesitant to post this, but I'm gonna chance it. Oh, I mean, I'll be fine, I guess. If it offends me, feel free to delete and bonk. No, I will not bonk you, but yeah, I'll delete it if it's like too sensitive. Don't worry though. I understand.
What is the speed limit in Malaysia? Nobody knows.
Okay, I mean it's okay lah, huh? It's not even that. I honestly, it's not that lah. It's not as offensive as you think. Because oh boy, driving in Malaysia is very scary. Not gonna lie. No one cares about the speed limit in Malaysia. People just drive like they're going they're going places, you know. Yeah, don't worry. All good. Getting the fence. Grow? What, grow? Shit. Yeah, it's very funnily accurate. I don't need this. I do need this, however. 5 attack die on the next turn. I'd rather you not do grow. That's good. 5 attack, I'll give it to you then. Since you're not going to attack, use 1, gain 1 stamina back. It's not as worth. I'll just steal. What? The game is helping it? God damn, alright. Oh good gods, I chose the wrong one. The game is so helping it right now, god damn. I can squat. Oh my god. That's very It's so unfortunate. The game is helping the thing so much. This is the most poor ING I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, to be fair, I did get one wrong dice, so yeah, that's on me. Okay, you get speed. I don't know what this is. Oh, okay. Not bad. This one? Attack? Okay. Okay, so long as I'm faster, I can win like this. Yeah, I cannot afford to spend more stamina. Actually, yes, I can. Still, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna get the 3 gold for 1 stamina. Stamina is too precious right now. Actually, what if I stall? Because if I block with squat, I can get stamina.
A very frustrated Malaysian wife looks at her indecisive Spanish husband and says, Jose, if you don't decide on a name right now, for our still unnamed 2-year-old son, I'm giving him up for adoption.
Huh?
With a smirk on his face, Jose yells back, fine honey, you decide then, Juan or Don Juan.
Juan or Don Juan? Juan or Don Juan? Aye. Okay, Juan or Don Juan is it? Juan or Don Juan? I know this one. This one I get. Here, let's stall for a bit. I'm gonna get stamina back. Yeah. One or don't one, no. Speed. More speed. Get one attack, it's fine. I'll get this. It's defense. God damn it. Oh, I don't need defense. I have a lot of speed. Let's get this one here. So, yeah, I win. 5 stamina? That's good. Just strike it. Doop. Oh, hey! Instantly gains 2 stamina after connecting a 7 SCC ability. Not that good. I'm not even using any of the 7 ACC ability. Wonder what this tree is. It's a huge bargain. Oh, whoa. Okay, it's worth. At least I win here. Oh, it's gonna grow. Shit, it doesn't even want to attack me. Oh, if I'm faster, now you're gonna attack. So if I'm faster, it's gonna do grow. I guess that's kinda clever. I'll do sprint then. Yeah.
Okay, this is my last one before bed. What do you call an Asian wearing a fedora?
Asian wearing a fedora? Never seen one before.
Malaysian.
God. Okay, that shit's good. That shit's actually good. Malaysian. Oh my god. Malaysian. I'm gonna cry. I have to squat because my attack is too low. Yeah, that's pretty fucking good. Malaysian. I wonder what this is. Okay. They're gonna grow. I think that's good enough. I'm just gonna steal. Since he's gonna grow, it's not even trying to attack. This guy's playing so safe. Like, I cannot believe. Maybe this is like the advanced difficulty is kicking in. Like yesterday was all just warm up. God, this is so bad. Yeah. Speed, okay. They're gonna react. Instantly gain 2 defense and 2 stamina for each die in the defense slot. Each die in the defense slot. 2, 4. I mean, I cannot bribe if I change that one. This is kind of bad, isn't it? 3 stamina die. Here, let's drink this one. That's so much defense. I mean, I can't slash, so that's fine, I guess. But you also see, ooh. I need this much. I need more? Oh my god. Fine. No, not this one. New cheap buck. Okay, so -2. Thanks for letting me hijack stream a little bit. I'm gonna go to the hay. Alright, Brian. Liking the jokes. Have good sleep. Appreciate you stopping by. Just gonna slash it. Enjoy the rolling number rocks. I will. And also simping on Artemis if I get the chance to. Oh. Attack? Yep. Defense? Yep. Speed? Yep. If I get the attack first, then I win. Oh, I already won. Okay, good. Then just change this so they can steal your money? Yeah. Oh, more geo. Alright. Hey, penguin. I have a rock free. Oh, I got bottle water. Oh. Oh, we're close to a boss fight, question mark? 3 stamina, it's a little bit dangerous, and I'm out of food items. I don't have a bottle of water. Bottle of water? Use key, yeah. Let me get this thing. Prepare to have your timbers shivered, dear readers. I managed to parlay with a dashing pirate that's been seen around town. His name is Slade, and he's actually on a mission of mercy. He's indeed from the Polykai Islands, which I learn have a trio of divine visitors called the Three Tears. Their influence has shaped the Polykai culture from the beginning. One of those beings, simply called Joy, stopped appearing, which threw off the balance of the whole island chain. And Slade is on the hunt for Joy to bring it home. Wow, huh? But the pirate got slippery on the details. If he's after the spirit of the sea, why is he deep underground Juice Vale? If he's really out to bring balance and prosperity back to his homeland, why is he stuffing his pockets with riches? Maybe I fell for an elaborate lie, but he suddenly seemed more sincere when he told me his story. God, Slade is just so sincere. You just have to believe everything that he says. It's Slade, for God's sake. Okay, so I need a 5. Oh God, if this is not green, I lost. Oh, okay. That was a huge gamble. Useless in battle, but greatly valued at shops. Ooh. Cheese though. Cheese has always been really good. Yeah, let's throw away smoke bomb. Get the cheese. They're gonna get attacked. Yeah, but I'm gonna steal this. 1. Yeah, 1 defense. I'll get speed. No ACC steal. I'm first though, so let's what? Get stamina back. Oh. slash. Slash can get 1 stamina back, and once I slash him, I can block immediately. Yeah, good enough. Nice, getting the stamina back. Yeah, I win. I can preserve stamina. Just attack then. Yeah. 3 defense die, not even good. Five? What is this? Whoa, wild 5? Damn, that's pretty good. Oh shit, can I still stream like this? Is this a good idea to keep streaming? Oh. I don't know if you hear the thunder. Dude, that is actually scary. Oh. I mean, it should be fine. Should be fine. I'll be fine. Okay, that's good enough. Wait, actually 2, 9, Jubachi, so I need 7. So anyway, I need 2 die for this. I need a 6 die on green. So I need 6. Yeah, I need 6 on green. Okay, this one's good. Then I already won. Any dice will work. Shopper's card. Gem of Amber. Stamina. I feel like stamina is really important right now. The Slate really relies on stamina a lot. Oh, god damn it. Really? I'll throw all the equipment. Oh my god, I threw the wrong thing. I'm stupid. Okay, I should have checked. Under the parrot hook? Okay. Well then, this is bad. I threw away the strongest item. Well, not the strongest, but the strongest item in my current inventory. Oh, this is bad. I have to fight Fleet? Oh no, I have to fight this thing. Item, I have 2 stamina items. Kinda bad, but I think I can pull this off somehow. I'm gonna fight with Fleet again, or maybe fight with this thing. Red Sky Morning, what is that? Show some respect. This is Amathor, perhaps last surviving titan from the birth of Aether. Strangely doesn't answer my question. In the beginning, the gods blessed some creatures and created others of pure elemental power to fight the darkness covering the world. Amathor was one of the Sylvanos' chosen. I'll wager that shard you hold came from Amathor's scales. For a walking mountain, it looks sick? It's been trying to contain the sickness seeping from deep below Jewsvale. After all this time, it's grown weak. I think it's dying. Not on my watch. The whole reason I left home was to find a way to restore the health and happiness of my village. I lost sight of that, and I certainly can't turn a blind eye to what's going on here. A drop of nourishment purified. Oh, Slade! I think that worked. Amathor is looking healthy already. Think I'll let you steal one of Jewsvale relics just because of one good deed? Think again. Whoa, Fleet. God damn it. Okay, I have to fight Fleet. Whoa! Wait, Fleet is actually stronger because she stole the destruction shard from. Oh, she stole the destruction shard from Artemis. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I need too much stamina for this. I need to be faster than Fleet as well. Fleet's gonna defend. Yep. I can't defend myself, which is kind of bad. I have to make use of bribe then. That's speed, okay. She focus if I don't attack? If she's slower? To use bribe, I need to understand what I'm doing. I never really utilized the bribe as much, but flurry is also really good. If I get to attack, I need to end this very fast because Fleet has like maximum stamina and I don't have any. Well, by I don't have any, I have 4, which is kinda bad by itself. Let's sprint for now. Because she's gonna do focus. 2 attack, 2 accuracy. I got 2 accuracy and 3 speed. 3 speed is good? Yeah, let's do it. Oh. Are you gonna use his stamina now? Yep, there it is. So, let me think. He's gonna snipe? I think I'm gonna lose this exchange. But not if I squat. Since I only need to squat, let's play defensively for a little bit. Yes, she's gonna snipe. I can slowly build my stamina back with squat. Yeah, instantly gains 2 defense. And I can grant 2 attack dice on the next turn. If block, I get 2 stamina. So I'm gonna block because I'm gonna squat first. I have speed. Yeah, let's do it. That's right. I need to be faster all the time. I'll bait him. Yeah, I knew it. It's gonna react. Okay. She's not gonna use any stamina point now. I need to bait her to use 1 stamina so that the crab claw can activate and I get 2 stamina points back. Let's see how can I bait. No. There it is. Okay, that's good enough. So let's squat. That's a good bait. Get money, get stamina, get speed. Beautiful. There it is. I have the stamina advantage now. She's gonna focus? I mean, she's not even gonna attack. Pasta's gonna snipe me? If she uses stamina, I can get stamina back. Let's sprint this one out. Yeah, she's doing focus? Good. Play safe, play safe. Right, I need to exhaust her stamina points. Snipe, okay. Whoa, that's a lot of stamina points. You really want to do this? I wasted all my stamina points. Okay. If I do this, she has 1 stamina point. I can get back the stamina points if I block it, and I'm faster. So 1 less. What if I... Okay, how about this? Wait. Go back. Do this. How about I do this? Ah! She really wants to attack me. Let's waste her stamina points. There it is. Okay. I wasted 5? This is so good. Right, squat this out and I win. I win. Why? Because she doesn't have any more stamina points. And she have no control over the situation anymore. I know what this is. Speed? Alright. Not enough defense, not enough attack. And she has too much defense! I want to waste her last stamina points there. There. That's her last stamina point. I'm playing the long game here. Stun. I lost. Okay, how about this? 2 points here, so I can slash, instantly gain 1 stamina, and I'll block immediately. Yeah. Time to deal some damage. That's worth. Oh wait, since we have 1 stamina point. Gonna hit the hay, good night everyone. Good night Foxy. Thanks for hanging around. Oh god. She's really making me use all my stamina points. Although if I can flurry then I won. You know what? I'm not gonna play a long game. Killer. Just kill, spend 10 gold for the kill. Ooh. SC dice can be used as stamina dice? What the fuck? More pirate hook? That's a 3rd one. And before I leave, arson? Don't burn! Don't burn. It's no fire. Wow, you're tough. I guess I'll cut my losses. Ta-ta. That's right. Shove off before I... Wait a minute. She swindled me during the fight. So that's what it feels like. Well played, well played. The most important thing is you helped cure Amathor. Come on, I'll help you get topside before getting back to my research. God, Slade is so hot though. Ooh, I love them. I kind of want to give this gem to... You know what? Slate got this. Slate can equip this. Legendary equipment. And what is this? Gem of Poison? Gem of Poison is for Artemis. Yeah, with that. So I guess I can just get this one. Put this back. Have Artemis. Get the bank out this. And then just... equip the gem. Yeah, connect causes double damage but uses double damage. Since Artemis will... I play Artemis in a very scary way. As in, I play her with 1 health all the time. I think that's pretty strong. So that's why Gem of Poison is really good for Artemis. And I'm gonna equip this right now. Let's play Hamil though, right? Because I think it's Hamil's action. I think so anyway. Because of... I helped cure that beast back in the deposits, but got my shot stolen in the process by that bumbling thief. I cannot doubt myself. Randall said the lava tubes is where Olympia resides, with the breath of life. I recovered the shield of courage, old man. You were right. I feel reborn. Like, I have the courage to face all that I've lost. Oh, and what was it you lost? I told you, Matok, my partner, in all things. What if I told you that death was not always the end? What do you mean? There is another shard, like the one you hold there, called the Breath of Life. It could bring your precious partner back, if you have the courage to do what must be done, of course. With the Shield of Courage, I do now. Good. I learned that a horrid little malcontent who has taken it for herself and hidden deep in the lava tubes. She is called Olympia. Olympia? Strike swift and true, noble war runner. End her before she can poison your ears with her lies. Then bring all you've found back to me, and we can make things right. For everyone. I cannot be slowed by doubt. I have the Shield of Courage. I have the power to face her now. For my talk, I will see this through. Oh shit. It feels like Hamir is getting corrupted. Well, I mean, slowly but surely. Hamir is getting corrupted. I can sell these. This one, and this one. Getting a lot of money. Careful, you can only buy 3. What do you mean, careful, you can only buy 3? Okay, speed. 2 speed? Two speed and 1 attack. Because as Hamil, I need to make them, I need to bait them into thinking that they can hit me. Well, always has been with any character. 60 for 1 Obsidian. Sure. Am I gonna make everyone evil here? Because as far as I can see, if I give them 2 Obsidian, they're gonna get like all evil and shit. Like this one now looks very evil. Even the Axolotl is very adorable, now becomes very evil. But then I can still buy more things from them. Like they are stronger, they're better and everything. I don't know. Is this a good thing? I seriously don't know if this is a good thing to make them evil. But I'm not gonna make the chameleon evil first. Here, let's give 1 for you. Plus 2 storage slots. Yeah. There'll be more room in the safe. Are you sure? Yeah. A new branch. I don't know. I'm just so... I regret so much because the Axolotl now looks so evil. And the Axolotl used to be so adorable. That's why I love them so much. And I gave them all the Obsidian very early on. And then they just now look like this. It's like, God. I just want my Axolotl back. Pirate hook. I actually feel like you can get pirate hook, but not the feathers. The feather is for Artemis, I think. Yeah, this one. Hamir is like really strong. Not gonna lie. Okay, 1 more Obsidian. Who do I want to make evil? Evil Burb? Oh, evil Deer Daddy. Evil Deer Daddy. I don't know what would he look like. But I'm curious about this one though. Like I do love the chameleon. What if I give it to the chameleon? Fine. Power. God damn it, man. Dark Clouds Rumble. Yeah, it looks so evil. I don't think it's a good idea. What if there's like multiple endings for this game? I feel like there could be multiple endings in this game. Like one is everyone gone batshit insane with Obsidian, and one is like very clean. Like maybe one Obsidian, you know. I feel like there could be multiple endings. 2 to be exact. I don't know, but that's how I feel anyway. Alright, let's go in. Courage. First draft the die becomes a stamina die. Whoa, shit, that's really strong. I'm slower. So I need pivot. Oh god. They're gonna strike? Yeah, that's the thing. They are faster. Yeah, I'm faster now, so I can just pivot. 4, 5, 6, 6. Yeah, I can block it. This is Hameo, by the way. Just pivot and block. Attack and block at the same time. Broken. So the first one is gonna be the first one drafted is gonna be stamina dice, so get the most number possible. There. I don't know what this is. Fuck. 1 for everything. Get 2 of these. Oh, you want speed? Oh, sorry. Okay, so I can attack you. I just need 1 point in I can use stamina. I forgot I can use stamina. How about this? Go Butson. Meh. No. Droxen would not show butt. But the rest of the cast can. Pivot 7, I'm gonna get broken. Oh no, I already won. Bang.
Gobatexin, 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 Gobatexin.
Gobatexin? That's new. I forgot the first one is Courage. But now I can do this. I'm faster, you're gonna snatch? No, I need to let you attack. Yeah. So if I'm faster, I can't pivot then. I have to react because pivot will not. I don't have any stamina dice on the attack. But if I react, I will get 2 damage, 2 defense. Oh, this won't connect. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Yeah, the one thing with Hamir is that Hamir can use stamina to add points, like manually. But okay, I can still react to this and just block. Why did that cost 2 stamina again? Can't use stamina against stamina. Okay, sure. -2 stamina on connect, +2 stamina on block or dodge. Oh, that's why pivot is so good. First one, big number. Okay. Speed, technical. So now I can pivot and win. Yeah, I can just pivot. Boop. The first one is gonna be I don't give him the stamina dice though. There. Still got the stamina dice. I need speed, you can block it. What if I just roll? They're gonna react. Okay, let's roll and block. And get the stamina back. Oh, hi Narix. Mine. Speed, fence. You're gonna react? Okay, I win. Boom. Ooh. Little cheap but cheap. This one's good. This one's good. Super blue. Oh, okay. Before you're taking a break later. Oh, okay. Recover all your HP. Only once per battle. Cheese, personal power. I'll get cheese. Cheese, good. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, use hook? But then hook is a one time? Is it a one-time thing? I hope not. Wouldn't cheese make you thirstier? I mean, maybe. But I get cheese for the stamina. Go. Oh, it's here. Hello, dear readers. It is your Interpret reporter, Scoop, burning with desire to learn more about what's under Juice Vale. I recently braved the fiery lava tubes, so you don't have to. The region lives out to its name with sweltering heat and active magma flows. Well, technically it might be lava since it's exposed, but I was so far underground I dare say it still counts as magma. The intense heat can create all sorts of rare treasures, and I'm honestly not sure if it's worth it. A day after, and I still feel like I'm sweating. Legend has it that the lava tubes were carved out by the fire god, Volcorum, the way they tell it in the Aetherian forest. The earth god Sylvanos chased Volcorum underground, and he was so ashamed of his defeat, he tunneled all the way to the Firelands before emerging again. I don't know about all that, but I can confirm it was hot down there. And Harmeo seems to be fine. Oh, that's a stamina. I don't need that. So I can just grappling hook here? Oh, okay. A merchant. If HP is equal to 1. Oh, wait, this is for Artemis. Oh my god, this is so for Artemis. I'm getting this one, and I'm buying that for Artemis. Potion 3, 1 stamina. Huh? 1 3 stamina die. Not much I can sell. Opponent loses 1 stamina at the start of each turn, grants 1 stamina at the start of each turn. Oh god. Defense? Yep, get baited. Oh, I can't use stamina. Oh, this is bad. I can use stamina. Hamir suffer against those who can use stamina well? Oh shit. Well, guess I can only roll. Four biggest number. Take it. Yeah, do this and then if I pivot, I can block it. Right? Chi, I win 13比12 4 okay. I'm just losing stamina. God, everything's fine. Take this. Ooh, wait. It's way faster. I'm just hoping this is speed. Ooh, Lychee Pot. It's not even enough. Oh god. You gonna strike? Same speed, but I cannot connect. Unless I do this. Then it connects. Okay, I win. I lost 2 stamina though. Yeah, I need to do this. Get stamina back. Another crab? Sure. I hope this is not speed. Okay, good. Yeah, this is fine. If I pivot, then all is good. Like this. Biggest number. Got to go. See you later, Droxen. Alright, SC. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate. Have a great day. Oh, it's too fast. Gonna avenge? On connect this one damage. If damage instantly gains 3 attack. I cannot kill it this turn. Because I can never get faster than them. And I cannot get enough damage. If I change this one to here, I'm slower. Yeah, I'm slower. I'm just gonna roll. Yeah, roll. Oh, okay. That's a lot of speed die. Yeah, let's change this one to here. Yeah, that's good enough. Whoa. Nice. At least Hamir's strategy is very straightforward. To me anyway. Whoa, that's low defense. Ooh, did she put you? 9? Plus 2? Okay, I can block it. But I don't have... yeah. This, and then if I roll... No, I'm slower though. Don't get attacked then. Nah. Gonna react, I'm gonna roll. Biggest number. I don't know what this is. Oh, wow. Gonna react? Okay, now I'm faster. So if I just pivot, I win. Bonk. What? It's all what? What is this draft? Okay. Alright, that's good enough. At least I can pivot. Oh shit. Okay, then that's definitely enough. I mean, I already won, so yeah. Two grappling hooks? Today's really thundering up a storm. Kinda scary, not gonna lie. Nah, I have maximum stamina. Oh, nothing's here? Okay. Biggest number for the drafted dice. Get some speed. Oh. Strong? Wow. They're going all in. But I can block, right? Little cheap buck. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's mine. Speed. Wonder what this is. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, that's good. I'll just get the biggest number for the first drafted dice. Yeah, now I'm faster. I'm faster, but I don't have technical. Oh god. I mean, I can only strike. Yeah, I'll strike to win. A Viking, what do you do? Grants a 2 stamina die that start on next turn after connecting and reducing opponent's HP to 1? So only a 1 HP? That's kinda sad. Oh. What am I fighting against a strategist? I'll get biggest number. I'll get speed. One technical. If it's out the Master of the Frontier yet, actually, no. I cannot. For the love of God, I cannot remember things. You know what? I'm going all out on this. Fuck's sake. Alright, let me. Notes. You know, I should be showing this, honestly. These are the stream ideas, but let me just put it in here. Monster Hunter Frontier set up. Although maybe I guess lately I've been playing a lot of Tetris 99. Well, if I have the time, I'll play Tetris 99. That's the thing. And it's like, I didn't really do anything else, to be honest. Like, if I have time for myself, I'll play Tetris 99. It's too fun. It's a great game. Although I keep getting like really shitty like 50 something on Tetris 99, but it's fun. If damage grants one X stamina die on the next turn where X is the highest value among opponent's dice. Oh my god. Well, I can't really attack. Grabs is like attack, right? On connect deals on damage if damaged, right? So if damaged, I'm rolling because I cannot pivot. Oh, I'm not giving you this. Force speed. Yep, okay. I cannot get that one. They're gonna get 1x die? Where x is the highest value? Which is 6? Oh god. Fine. I'll play defensively. Yeah, 6 on attack, definitely. I mean, who wouldn't? $12 attack, oh my god. I mean, honestly though, if I extend, then I win. You know what, let's do extend. So I can do this. Do I not extend? No? Oh god. Well, that's a bit of a that's a bit awkward. One less. Oh my. I don't suffer 1 damage. Fine, I'll just roll then. But I don't want to let them do resist, so I'm gonna make them waste a turn. Hey, I lost count. Fuck. All right. Okay. Well, I still took a damage. Yeah, fine. This is difficult. Of course you get 5, of course. I hope this is defense. Fuck. Oh no, I am guaranteed to take damage this turn. Oh no, I'm actually guaranteed to take damage this turn. At least it's not doing strong. Yeah. Wait, I can kill it. It doesn't even have defense. Oh shit. Okay. I'm stupid. But yeah, I'm still guaranteed to take a hit. Oh wait, I don't have to take it. It's okay. Alright, it's okay. It's only a hit. I have 1 health left. This might be the first step. Unless there's like a heal somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Heal me up. Thank you. Oh wait, you only heal 1 health? For 10. Oh. Yeah, take it, take it. It's fine. Alright, that's for Artemis. Home to your heads, folks. Your smooth-talking Scoop managed to get a few minutes with the exiled wall runner we've seen around town. His name is Hamir, and if his looks didn't get you, his story cements him as a heartbreaker. Turns out our hammer-hefting Hamir had found the love of his life while working on the wall, but then tragedy struck, and his partner Metok was killed in the line of duty. Hamir came to Julesville seeking a new direction in life. I'm sure all of you reading wish him the best. Yeah. There was one detail I couldn't parse out though. He said he was seeking a relic that could potentially revive his partner. But the way he put it, it sounded like he would have to put someone down to do it. He didn't strike me as a type of guy greedy enough to trade a life for a life. Here's hoping I misunderstood something. Well, hoping. I feel like Randall is like the baddie here. You know, the vulture? The mayor? Mr. Randall? I feel like Randall is actually the baddie. Can you 2 dice for this? 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's enough. Oh, okay. See opponents look from the map. Grants 3 stamina. Actually, let's get this one. Shuriken seems good for Hamil. I can sell this one. Attacks times 2 during the turn. Let's get under Shuriken. I feel like Shuriken is so strong with Hamil. Being able to destroy their dice. It's just strong in general. I can use it in a pinch like just now. Okay, activate the mechanism. I can go up here. Yeah, I've done everything here. Crab. Let's get in 5 dice. Get defense. Get speed. Oh, I'm slower. Now I'm faster. Instantly gains 2 defense, grants 1 2 defense die on the next turn. Whoa! I mean, if you're not gonna attack, now you're gonna attack. Ooh, 6 cheat, that's not enough. God damn it, I'm not gonna attack you then. Now you're gonna attack. Let's extend this. So, yeah, that's not enough. 13? Nope. I'm slower. Oh my god. Just let me attack you. I'm like... Yeah, either one works, right? If I destroy this, I can attack it already. And I'm faster, so I can pivot. Oh, I win, right? Yeah, I won. Ooh. Fine, you can have this. Biggest number. But then 5, give it to him. It's fine. I get 6. I hope this is speed. Oh no, he's so fast. Why do you want speed so much? No, I'll play safe. You're gonna react, I'm gonna roll. I'll get the stamina back. I'm gonna... Deal. Cheap back. Okay, that's enough. Even if I pivot, I can still block it. Nice. As long as I can pivot, I will always win. I don't need that. I mean, I already won. These are actually some good draft. Like, good dice. I'm surprised.
Harlow. This game reminds me of the Chipmunks game we used to play when we were little.
Chipmunks game? I think the Chipmunk game, you mean Chip and Dale? But why? Oh, Art style. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a reminiscent to like 16-bit style. I can see what you mean, yeah. I mean, Hamir's armadillo, I guess, and the nose looks like that. Oh, 6, 7, 8. This one I don't know. Reroll. Oh, nice. 6, 7, 8. Okay, this one's a bit too much, but it's okay. Oh, sounds cool. Okay. Math game? Dice game, kinda. I guess you could say that technically this could be like a dice, a math game. Math game, yeah. A little bit, a little bit. Go here. Back here, use. Down. There. I mean, just opening chests is like very simple, so. Okay, 1 dice here, 1 dice here, 1 dice here. 4. Oh my god, okay, I got this is the worst? There, fine. It got so unlucky. It's okay. Got it back. Go back, go up, up. Oh, we're close to the boss, alright. Did I really do... Oh, this map is slow. This map is much smaller than I thought. Alright. This game is fun as hell. I can play this game for a whole day. Like, to a point yesterday I forgot about badminton. What are you doing, Olympia? There she is. The intensity of heat has taken its toll on her. If I strike now, I could. Yeah, Hamil! Here, drink this. What are you doing down here? There's a sickness in the ore throughout the mines, an unnatural darkness that's managed to spread all the way to our homeland, to the Crystal Oasis. I think it's spread further than that. I think it's a source of the black root that shattered the rock wall. Something pierced the rock wall? That is worse than I feared. I came here to search for answers, but the heat... You're barely able to stand. You do not have any kind of revitalizing shard, do you? No? Did you happen to cross an old man paddling in Obsidian? Yes, I questioned him on his source, among other things. He became very hostile, so I let him be. Why? It's a concern for later. For now, I must get you to the surface. Not that I'm ungrateful, but you were the last person I expected to come to my rescue. We War Runners work to protect everyone. Yeah, but you're the first one I've seen to do this... to do this far from off the wall. Oh shit, here comes Fleet. I never should have helped you back the bank, haven't you, villain? God damn it, Fleet. Now Fleet's gonna have two shards. You fuck. Oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. Okay, I need... Oh... One thing that's very bad currently is that Hamir cannot use stamina to change the tide of battle. So I cannot waste her stamina, so this is gonna be the hardest fight in my entire life. Alright, here we go. Fuck, this is so bad. Yep. Oh, you know that I can pivot. Oh shit. This and then you're gonna stun? I'll roll then. I'll waste your stamina. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm faster. Here. You use 5 stamina for nothing. Let's go. Okay, good. There's a very good start. God, but it's now so speedy. What is this? Please let it be defense. Oh! You know what? That's good enough. Actually, let's put it here. Feign ignorance. (11) speed. Let's see. 1? How about this? 5 on defense. And you're gonna focus? Oh, you use all your stamina. Oh my god, that's so good. I'm gonna focus as well, baby. Oh, this is going so much more well than I thought. Let's go. Okay, this is a bad draft. Why? Because I'm gonna die. This... We don't know what that is, but it is now dead. It's gonna get 1 attack die. I cannot pivot. I can, however, get this. But it's so much faster. No, I'll get this. He's gonna snipe me. Not enough. Gonna focus again if I can block, huh? If you're gonna focus... What if I extend? Since she's gonna focus here... Yeah, she's gonna focus anyway. I'm gonna extend. Alright, here comes OP strat. I win. Okay, I need this. What is this? Oh, nice. Okay, she's faster, but I can pivot. Pivot 10, 12. Okay, I can block it. Good. Oh, she focused anyway. Okay. She's so fast. Gonna focus anyway? Oh, because I can react. Unless I do this. Bait. I could bait her like this, I guess. Yeah, not enough. But I cannot pivot like this. Fuck. Okay, extend again. Right, I'm gonna extend again so that I can deal damage the next turn. She keeps focusing. Oh, no, that's mine. I'm getting this number. Okay. Speed, good. Gonna snipe. So let me take this. Liu Chipa. Oh shit, that's not enough. Now it's enough, right? Liu Chipa Ju. Okay, so if I pivot, I can defend. Right? Yeah, that's enough. Oh, that's mine. I'm betting on this. Technical? Okay, that's good enough. Accuracy... I'm speedier and I already won. Got her! Let's try this one. You fought well, but you are beaten. You cannot defeat me while I process... Wait... Where did it... Give back that shard! Nope, I stole it fair and square. Have fun frying, Badger Corporation flunkies. Goddamn fleet. We'll track it down later. We need to get back to the surface to recover. Then I need to continue my research. Alright, Olympia. God damn it, fleet. Ta-da! 3 holy relics just like you said! I knew I could rely on you. You braved the depths of Jewsvale with record speed. Well, those other 3 kind of cleared the way for me, bud. I spent my whole life in Jewsvale. I know my way around every centimeter of it. It's strange though, the thieves didn't seem connected to Badger Corporation at all. Looks can be deceiving, my dear. What's important is you found the shards. Right, so what's next? I will take them to the special altar deep in the crypts and prepare the rites necessary to bring an end to all this. Hold on, now Badger Corporation is desecrating the dead? Does the villainy know no bounds? Fleet, you're so gullible! Fleet. The darkness has a way of creeping out on you. Now then, will you do me one last kindness and escort a frail old man? Lead the way, sir. Oh, now I play as Fleet. I want to play as Artemis! Oh, Fleet is no attack. 1. Not too much. This one is for Artemis. After using a food item. 1 extra stamina. Feels like Fleet doesn't have any way of gaining stamina. So like Crab Claw and everything is like very good for Fleet. Fleet suffers from not having stamina. 1 extra stamina after using a food item. Only 1 though. Like, I need items that can give stamina a lot. Let's get, gosh. Skull? Grants 2 stamina after dropping any item. Okay, let's sell something. We don't need this. Scrolls are not as good as I thought, not gonna lie. Okay, now I have more space. Let's see. Items. Anyone has crab claw? This one? If you have 2 or more stamina dice at the start of each turn. Earthstone earrings. It's not even that good, it feels like. Artemis? No equipment? Oh god. I mean, the equipment is like not that good, not gonna lie. I mean, there's crab claw. You know what? Slate doesn't need crab claw. Slate has a way of getting stamina. And by a way, I mean a lot of way. So, yeah. Although I can transfer some things first. Something for Artemis, my beloved. Drops more gold. Artemis needs this. Hamir has a lot of things. At the start of each turn. Yeah, because I realized that the Fleet suffers from not having stamina. At least for the past few fights I have with Fleet. Sure feels that way. Oh, there's Claw. We don't need bomb, we can sell that. We can sell this for money. This one, 2 or more stamina dice at the start of the turn. 2 stamina die at the start of the turn. It's very specific. What does Fleet has skill-wise? Like, Fleet is getting so manipulated. Am I ready to make everyone evil? Yeah, everyone's gonna get evil. Alright, I'm going the evil run. I don't know. I'm doing it. Sleep tight. It's so scary. Fuck. I mean, somehow the Dear Daddy looks even more hot than usual. I'll take it. Alright, how about you, Burb? Riches. Everyone's becoming evil. Everyone is evil. Yeah, there's so gonna be different endings for this. Like I'm sure. Greed is good. Everyone is so evil. I'm gonna cry. Fuck, dude. Actually, the goggles suck. Let's sell the goggles. Like, at only 1 turn at the start of the battle, it's not even that good. Wait, where's the crab claw? Did that not... Wait, Artemis is supposed to get the crab claw? I got the wrong thing. Artemis is supposed to get the mask. And the crab claw is for Fleet. 1 HP, 1 extra stamina after using a food item. It's not even that good. Let's get the crab claw. I think I can sell the chef apron. Right? There. Yeah, it's not that good. How much does it sell? I assume not gonna be a lot. 30? That's a lot! Well, here, I got some money. Everyone's evil now. Everyone's evil! I guess I can get one of everything. Only one room. Everyone's so evil! Alright, here we go. Fleet. Badger Corporation's villainy stops here. Randall says I have to follow him to the bottom of the crypts to end this. Let's do it. Juicevale's Crypt. A Juicevale Crypt. You have all the shard. Cover. Instantly gains 2 defense. Grants 1 stamina on the next turn. Whoa! That is pretty good. I cannot. This game's music is just bumping all the way. So good. Uh-oh. Whoa. Dragon Bone? That's a really good looking bone. I cannot. Such is some real random die on in every stat. Oh. That seems kinda strong, doesn't it? Its attack? Fuck. Crab Claw is when someone else uses, right? If the opponent uses, I have to preserve my stamina. Cover. You're gonna cover, I'm gonna cover. Oh, I don't know what this is. That's good enough. 1 attack. 2 speed means that... Okay, I need 1 tank. 1 accuracy. Cover... Instantly gains 2 stamina. Oh my god. Wait, Fleet needs so much accuracy? Oh, that's kinda hard. Yeah, Fleet relies on accuracy a lot. There's no way I can attack. Fine. Cover again. Interesting draft. How much attack do you have? Oh my god. This bitch strong. Shit. Oh my god. No defense for you. Okay, same speed. Right? On connect, deals 1 damage. If damage inflicts -1 to all opponents' drafted dice on the next turn. Oh my god. Why are they so strong? I can only cover again. Fuck. I mean, I can strike for 1 damage, but holy hell, am I gonna get attacked? Snack. Let's see. If stamina is 3 or lower, it's then gains 3 stamina. If stamina is 4 or higher, grant 1 attack, 1 accuracy, 1 speed on the next turn. 1 gets stamina because stamina is the maximum. You know what? I just have to use some stamina points. I don't need this. Block it. I'm gonna block the attack, and I'm just gonna strike. -1 on all drafted dice. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Speed. Oh god. No, they have too much. They have too much defense already. I'll act first. Right, I'm gonna cover again. Going all out. 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. So only if I'm faster. Okay, I'm faster. Avenge, I don't care. I'll kill you. Maybe I'm not good with fleet strategy. Oh shit. 6 on everything. Here. 6 on this. 5 on random. I don't know what that is. If this is not attack, I lose? Question mark? Nope, it's not. Okay, fine. Oh god, please. God! Sun Su, Liu Qi Ba, that's not even enough. There. I'll get cheese. Cheese. Okay, cheese is good. Get stamina? Yeah. 7 stamina though, so good. Maybe this is accuracy. Oh, it's attack? Shit. I can't really attack here. There's not enough things. I'm gonna steal, I'm gonna cover. Oh. Oh, defense? Okay. One more point, I can stun. I'm faster. I'll stun and get rid of the die. There. -1 stamina. All granted dice turn into stamina dice if stamina is 5 or higher at the start of the turn. -1 stamina each time this ability is triggered. Oh. Oh my god, they're gonna grow. Grow is too good. What if I do this? Oh wait, no. Gonna steal. Kind of a bad draft, this one. I have speed, but I don't have attack to kill it. Cover. Shit. They're gonna steal, but they are using stamina points. That means that I can get stamina point back. Now, I'll stall for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna activate Crab Claw. Nice. Speed and technical. Why do I keep calling green technical? It's accuracy. Alright, I win. Broken. Yep, so I cannot go back anymore. Oh. Interior nodes. Oh, it's not Scoop anymore. Oh, Ganbu, you only wanted to help, and help you did. We were fallen 100 times over if not for the vitality you supplied us. Instead of crypts, we would have filled a necropolis if not for you. You held onto the drop of nourishment because you saw all the good you could do, but no good deed goes unpunished. What? How you cried when you came back, the guilt of running away tormented you, but you had no life of your own. Morning, noon, and night they came to you. They tried to buy you. Those with a splinter stepped over the dying to seek your blessing. You offered them everything, and still they demanded more. Their greed robbed them of your mercy. Your shard cannot heal your broken heart, nor mend your shattered faith. But still you try, and still you grow, and warp, and change. I've watched you for a century now, and you are hardly recognizable. You will grow into the oasis, and leave your shard behind. That's kinda sinister. Alright. Christ, this piece again, okay. Avenge. On connect deals 1 damage. If damage instantly grants 3 attack. That's not as worth. They're gonna gain 3 attack. Oh, instantly? So that one is good for acting second. Oh shit. They're clever. So I need this. Because plus 3 attack. Okay, fine, I'll use it. Yeah. What is this? Oh. I'm already faster. Ooh. My brain hurts. But I love this game now. I don't get to see Artemis yet. I'm so sad. I want to see Artemis. Okay, time to go makan. Okay, go makan. Apa masa sekarang? You makan so late. It's like 3. Alright, go makan. Have good makan. Gonna cover. I'll play safe. Or not. Avenge? If they can keep doing Avenge, it's kinda painful. Although if I can kill it now... I'm slower though. Now I'm faster. Yeah, just kill it, just kill it. Smack BM, alright. Speed? Okay. Defense. Yes. It's speed. Alright, fun. I can only have cover. You know, I'll cover. Oh, they can sprint anyway. Wait, what? You're gonna sprint, I'm gonna focus? Snake doesn't get stamina. But I get 1 attack, 1 accuracy, and 1 speed. So not even that good, honestly. Yeah, I'll focus. My meal timing a bit wonky. I used to do that. I used to have really wonky meal times as well. Don't worry about it. Hi, malicious magpie. A welcome rule. Defense. More attack. Maybe. Oh, he's speedy. Are you gonna get speed? No? Oh shit. Okay. Retain. If damage grants 1 2 stamina die on the next turn. On connect deals 1 damage. Okay. So it's gonna connect because I have no defense. But if I do this, still gonna do retain. I can block it and I'm faster. guess I'm just gonna strike. Yeah. That's an interesting draft. Hit speed. Yeah, I cannot. Just cover. Two 6 dices, that's wild. Oh my god. Oh, okay, that's kind of lucky. Fine, I'll just attack you then. Oh my god, okay, fine. Let's play defensive. Liu Qi. Ah, okay. Cover +2. I'm first, okay. Oh, that's attack? Shit. I'm gonna act first. I just need attack that's more than them, like this. Okay, Snipe gets stamina. At least I'm getting my stamina back, yeah? Yeah. This is good. This is good. Reroll these. Oh! 3. I'll get 3 on this. Oh! Nice. I can eat this. And then get this. Nice. Oh. Five? Ooh, Liu Qi, okay. This 5, what is it? Oh, okay. Oh, thank god. That was kind of scary. Trees. Wizard Head. Grants 1 to stamina if stamina is equal or lower than 2 at the start of the turn. No, I'd rather keep my stamina high. Let's get cheese. I once held you in such high regard. Hey Munu. No matter what horrors emerged from the living night, you held the line. Even before Amathor gifted you with the Shield of Courage, you were a wall against which all opposition fell. You were mighty and it felt right to follow you. But you drank too deeply of our love and grew dependent on it. You needed new songs of your valor. New falling soldiers to loom over. Your greed for relevance and reverence made that unbreakable carapace ring hollow. You could not live without a foe to fight, and so made everyone your enemy. I've been watching your last stand here in the mineral deposits for some time now. Your calls for challenges grew quieter and less frequent. Each declaration of your bravery sounds more frightened than the last. You fought so long against the darkness. Now you slip into it without so much as a whimper. Why is this note so sinister? Alright, let's fight the bone. Oh, you really want to attack me, huh? Oh, not really. You're doing cover. Oh, now you're doing avenge. Okay. If you're doing cover... Focus from 2 attack and 2 accuracy. You know what? 2 can play that game. You cover, I cover. 5? I'm not betting on that. Okay, good. So even if I stun, Avenge is gonna get more. Oh god. So if I attack with snipe, I need how much? Okay, 8 plus 3, 11, and 11. 7 plus 14, I need 4. That's a lot of stamina used though. You know what, it's worth. Just snipe it. There we go. Nine, 8. I mean, I'm just gonna kill it. Yeah. Why you booping? You boop me? Your attack is equal to your defense during this turn. I'll boop you back, Marks. Now that you've shown me Baruki, I will boop Baruki. Forever. Touch noses, yeah. Right? That's like the best boop. Speed is higher than I can avoid. This one's not as good. If damage comes 1, 2 some of the time the next turn. Unless you prefer poop with my claw. Oh my god. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh, this is raw attack. I can't even attack it. It's gonna grow. Retain. I'll cover. Yeah, I'll cover. Don't want to let it do grow. Retain, gain 2 stamina. Just do it. I'm banning this on attack. Good. Okay, not fine. That's good enough. I'll put it here. Retain. Oh, wow, that's a lot of attack. Stun. 5. Destroy 2 Jiupachi. Okay, 7. I can block it. Yeah, I can block it. 5. Ooh. I mean, I win, right? Yeah, last health. Oh, hey! I cannot go back though. Yeah, let's see. Sleep here. Gonna keep that stamina at max. Oh, it's blocked. This one is enough. Oh, boo. Oh, hi, Dop. Welcome in. You deserve a yip. Moisturize, I will. Thank you. Yeah, yip's good. Kobo needs yip. Although wait, I don't know if you're a kobo. Wait, you're not. You're a raptor. It's okay. I can yip for you. Oh, this one's a little bit scary. If this one is not red, I might lose this one. I mean, I have 10 stamina. Sweet. Yip's good. Of course. Yip is always good. I'm re-rolling this. Why? Sansu. Okay, if I get a 6, I can still win? Like, if I put this 3 in? Well. Why am I not surprised? Oh my god. For fuck's sake. Yeah, that one doesn't even count. Cheap juices. Okay, I need 4. So I give 6. There. Just drop this one. even you yip. I mean, even sometimes dragon cannot resist the yippening. Right, the yippening has happened to me now, so I'm now a kobold. The yippening. Fleet? I realize Fleet is like the most difficult character to play. Like Artemis, Slate, and Hamir is so easy. And then you have Fleet, who relies on everything. Yeah, fair. Depends if the dragon in question can even vocalize a yip. They can always try. Just imagining it. It's so adorable. Avenge, I'm not even gonna attack you. Chupachi, I need 7. Oh my god. Of course, that's wild dice attack. Oh my god. There. Frightency. If damage inflict -1 to all opponents, drafted dice on next turn. -1 on all? I mean, sure, I can deal damage now. Yeah, let's do it. I'll take it. -1? Fine. I'll play defensively then. What if 1 becomes 1? I'm betting on it. Oh, okay. Gonna cover? Okay, I'm gonna focus then. Then again, I'm considering my yip as yips. I'll consider that as yip as well. It's good. Oh, this is good draft. Yeah. Good draft. As long as I can deal damage first, I win. Yeah, I win. There, I'm faster. 10, 5, 7, snipe! Ka-ching! Scroll. Equality. Opponent's dice are set to 3. I'm not getting that one. Oh, it's locked. Merchant? Food items right now for me is really good because of this item. Food items recover 1 HP in addition to the current effect. Right, it's super good. Maybe I should get, like, fish. Yeah, let's sell the scroll. Food items is now very valuable. There. Oh, you're new? Relentless? Dark Rituals? Drafted and granted stamina dice instantly turns to stamina. Whoa, what the fuck? I'm taking that one. Speed? Shit. Snatch? On the next turn, if damage gains 1, trace them on the next turn. Oh, yeah. They're such a good skill. That means that they'll have 4 stamina next turn, right? Yeah. Oh, it gets converted into stamina. That's so good. God. No, they won't have enough defense. So am I if I do this. Whoa. Trying to strike me? Oh, I'm slower. Yeah, now I'm faster. So if I'm faster, I can -1 the attack with stun. Stun, destroy the dice, and then I can preserve. But I want to waste... I kind of want to waste the stamina. Yeah, we have the same amount of stamina. That's why they're using it. Waste all the stamina? Ooh, so risky. Okay, not just do one and then just stun it. Okay, I got 2 stamina back. Good. Five defense, you're gonna snatch? I could snack. If stamina is 3 or lower, gain 3 stamina. If stamina is 2 or higher, 1 attack, 1 accuracy, and 1 speed on the next turn. Honestly, it's not even that good. Do you want to use your thing? Yeah, it's such a waste. They're gonna snatch our focus. This is like a damn boss fight. I'm taking this. Two on defense. And fright? If damage inflict -1 to all opponents, draft the dice on next turn. Okay. Let's see. I need to connect my hits. I can only use stun. But I do kind of want to make them use 1 stamina though. Like just 1. 1 stamina so I can activate the crab claw, get 2 stamina back. Yeah. So just stun them. Next turn I have to play defensive. Gonna strike? Wait, actually, yeah, you can strike. Because I'm first, I'm gonna cover. Gonna waste your turn without snatching. Nice. 2 6 wild dice? Oh my god. Alright. I'll get this again. Fuck, it's both not so good ones. I mean, it's good in some cases. That's a lot of defense by them. I'm faster, but they have too much defense. Yeah. Fine, I'll cover again. Huh. Nine defense? Why do they always have that much defense? I mean, I did not take the defense. Oh no, that defense dice is wild. There's no... God damn. Okay, make them waste the stamina. I mean, I cannot waste the stamina, but I can get stamina like this. You know what? I need to farm back my stamina a little bit. Let's have a focus. Oh, they're gonna snatch. They're not even gonna attack? Yeah, they cannot... Wait, they can attack me. Wait, I need to cover. I cannot focus. Unless I do this, are you gonna Oh! I mean, I guess I'll take it. What if I do this then? I mean, I cannot focus, but still. Yeah, I cannot, fine. I'll use one stamina point, but I'll focus. Whoa. Oh my god, you piece. You are like a boss fight. There, I'll just kill... I'll just kill you. That's all I get, I will cry. Okay, another relentless... God, Fleet is so difficult! What is this? Why is Fleet so hard to play? Oh, nice. What, they really want to kill me, huh? No. I need to make them waste their stamina point like this. Yeah. Well, not necessarily waste. I think I just need to make them use some stamina so that I can regain some stamina back. So they're gonna attack. I'm gonna cover. Why are you adding that? You're doing grow, you're not even trying to attack. Oh. Still love me some long snoot. Long snoot. That looks good. Okay, you did use one. You wobbling. God, this one have enough defense. Actually, what if I do this? Oh, that's raw. That's raw attack. God. I have to take a hit, like no matter what. If I want to attack him, I'll have to take the hit. Because stun will not do anything. Because they don't have attack dice there. God, fleet, why are you... The fleet is difficult! Why is fleet like the hardest character to play? Am I missing something with fleet? And they did grow, God. You know what, I'll keep doing this. I'll keep getting stamina back until I have maximum stamina. Thank goodness I have the crab claw. Defense? No. One. It will connect, right? I need stun. So stun, destroy that dice. Finally, bang. Okay, I'm gonna block it. But they gain a lot of stamina dice. That's so not worth. So if I stun, if I connect the stun, oh my god. Okay, I have to use stun. Whoa. I mean, if I'm faster, I can deal damage. And I almost stamina. Oh my god. Okay, at least it keeps giving me Peach. I mean, sure, it's like the lowest amount of stamina gain, but I'll take it. Something shifted. I don't even remember what I'm trying to do anymore. Should make an offering? I don't think I have that for now. This one? I can copy any of my item? Copy item? Skip for now. I could eat the cheese and copy the cheese. Nice. I have 2 cheese. Any item? Oh. Whoa. I didn't mean to do that. Sure, I'll take it. I thought I need some specific item. Okay, where's the door? Oh, it's here, okay. I can go back. Yeah. Fleet. God, Fleet's so hard to play. I don't understand Fleet. Oh, of course that's wild. Okay, okay. Snatch? Yeah, you're not gonna attack our focus. Oh, that's kinda bad. One on defense. You're gonna steal? Okay, I can stun one of these. So -2, need 1. Stun them. Get rid of this time. Get to stamina back, nice. Oh my god, they're gonna grow, I'm gonna cry. I mean, to be fair, I didn't have a lot of defense. Oh, now they're trying to steal. You know what? This... Oh, okay. I need to bait them into thinking that they can attack me. Let's cover. Attack? Defense? Okay. Speed? I'm gonna cry. Okay, nice. Snipe. Get the stamina back. Very nice. That's not bad. More peach? Oh no, not this guy again. It's gonna take 10 years to fight this thing. Let me explore around real quick. Merchant? Shield, now pick scroll, bracelet, meat. 6 stamina for meat. Instantly gains 2 stamina after connecting a 7 ACC ability. 7 ACC? 7 accuracy is so hard to get. Okay, relentless. Let's deal with. So sad, I'm using so much stamina. Okay, it's fine, I'll take it. Destroy this, I can block it. I miss playing Artemis. I miss Artemis, my beloved. Attack. Oh, nice. I'm using so much stamina against this. Oh wait, I don't need to stun because when I hit him, I win. So I don't need to bait them into using Yeah, I just need to be faster, can deal damage to them. How many get sniped? Not even enough. Is it against 2 stamina? It's not even worth. Nah, just strike him. More peach? So what did you about you? Oh, this one is nice. I don't want to risk this one. If this is not gray or white, if this is not fenced, then bad. Ooh, nope. Oh god, this is so terrible. Okay, you know what? No, it's not terrible. Here, I can change this one into this one. One more chance. Oh, lucky! Oh my god, I'm so lucky. Okay. Simultaneously pick your whole draft. Oh, like I can pick 3 dice at once? I mean, that's strong, but like... Nah, I'll get cheese. I'll get cheese. Oh. Okay, I can stun. Good. A hero's conviction is so bad. Just kill him. Oh, there's a speed run. So this one, if I offer something, it will upgrade it. What if I offer meat? What if I get greedy? Never try, never know. Oh shit! No, my meat! My meat! My meat! God damn it, my meat is gone! Fine, I'll sell you the pen. How much does it sell? 35? You can have it. Give me my meat back. I'm gonna assume I need to fight this piece right here. Okay, let's do it. Oh, the Dark Ritual in Villain does is so bad. Alright, let's do it. Play aggressive. I'm gonna die. Oh, that forces them to use stamina? Oh my god. Oh, hi, Ro. Alright, gonna play a long game. I will moisturize, thank you. Nice. Oh. Hope you're doing good, Rogue. We're coming. 5 points just to attack me? Jeez. No, this turn has too much stamina. And I'll cover again. Right, I'll cover again. Okay, now I have maximum stamina. Speed. Attack. Wild. Okay, I have more defense. They're gonna snatch. If damage grants 3 stamina die on the next turn. Fuck it, I'll take it. At least I get to snipe this thing. Grant 2 stamina dice on next turn? Yes! Give it to me. Hmm. 7 points? Shit, I'm not even gonna try to attack them. Here, have you waste this turn? Actually 7 points, how much? 13? Oh, yeah, waste that shit. I'm gonna cover. One attack. Honestly though, I can do this. Yep, okay. I'll snipe you. Oh, what is this? God damn it. Five points? Oh, 1 on speed. Oh, you want to be faster? Okay, now you're not faster. I'm gonna waste your turn. Unless I can attack. Playing defensive? Okay, fine. I'll let you waste your points for now. I'm gonna cover. Mine speed. Yeah, guess I just killed it, right? Yeah. Okay. Sometimes I can afford to take a hit because food items will heal me. I need to keep that in mind. Oh. Tattered notes. You were always a lost cause, Ikaburn. Ikaburn? Ikaburn. I think Ikaburn sounds better. Everyone thought your brothers should have received the Amber of Destruction. You knew it too, I'm sure. Why else would you have fought so hard if not to prove yourself? You could not be satisfied with simply saving Aether from the living night. You greedily wanted to be crowned a hero too. I remember you standing before the seal and clutching that shard so tight we could hear it sizzle. None of us could make you part with it. But you still feared us. You still feared the scorn you could not burn away. I told the others not to follow you out of pity back then. Now I wish we had. Putting you down then would have been a mercy. How long did it take? To burn away each beat of you? Was it out of some twisted sense of penance? Was it punishment? When did the pain become something you enjoyed? I have so many questions, but I do not want the answers. And given what's left of you, you're in no state to answer me. Did they all just like go batshit insane now with all the notes saying things like this? Oh, I want to duplicate a meat. Yeah, let's duplicate the meat. Look at that double meat. Okay, I think that's everything. Next floor is probably gonna be the boss fight, I think. Let's do it. Yeah, see? Music change. Oh, am I gonna fight Randall? No fucking way. Goo, why is the altar all the way down here? And to act as a seal for that door there. Seal? One needs to be sealed. Whoa! And should it be sleeping like that? No, you see, thousands of years ago, my colleagues and I used these shards to seal the darkness away. Wait, what? Those three fools couldn't handle the burn. I watched as they retreated to the depths of the Juice Veil caverns, and succumbed to the power of the shards. You said that was thousands of years ago, but also you said you knew them? How could... You've won too! Very Ash too. The breath of life granted me the vitality and time I need to realize how hopelessly greedy the people of this world are. Oh shit. And so I have given them riches that they want. My obsidian has been seeded across the world. Even you have helped by spreading it across Juice Veil. I could not retrieve the shards in my frail state. Duh. Oh my Richard! Wait, give me a second, the game is very loud currently. We're at a very tense moment here. Hi, oh my Richard, welcome in everyone. How are you doing? How is everyone doing? What are we doing? Oh, Pokemon Legends? Nice. You know, lately I've been playing Pokemon Scarlet. Sorry about the game being kind of loud here because we're in a very tense moment. Welcome everyone. How was Pokemon Legend of Arceus? Arceus? One of them. Hopefully you had fun. Gosh, you're making me want to play Pokemon Scarlet. Which I just got the game not too long ago, but man, is Pokemon Scarlet good. Well, hopefully Pokemon Legends Arceus is good for you. Welcome everyone. My name is Tira, I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, I love dragons a lot, and I do art occasionally. Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, also I have a love for fighting games as well. But also this game, because there's Artemis, but I didn't get to see Artemis a lot this session. I'm kind of sad. Also, we're in a very tense moment and in this story, right? If you don't want spoilers, I guess... No. Look away, right? Look away if you don't want spoilers, alright? Legend of Arceus was fun. I finished the stories finally after several months of not playing. Other than random quests and such, it was basically 7+ hours of pure exploration. Yeah, it sounds like it feels like ever since what? The Legend of Arceus Pokemon, right? I think I'm not too sure since I'm not really a Pokemon expert. But what I heard is that Legend of Arceus is like the first game that made Pokemon go with the open world exploration kind of thing. I think I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I'm glad you had fun with that. Hell yeah. Also, yeah, again, this is Dungeon of Aether, right? If you don't want spoilers, look away. Yeah. Right? I don't know how deep I am already. This is only like the second session. Second session of Dungeon of Aether. I did 6 hours yesterday. Got immediately addicted because I love games like this. And also character design is like absolutely wonderful. Yeah, you're right. I like the open world stuff they've been doing lately. True. And also with the interaction between us and the Pokemon, it's really good. I'm loving them. Like, sure, there are like some bugs and glitches here and there, but man. All good, so long as I get to pet my Pokemons. Yeah. This game looks cool, mostly familiar with the music. Yeah. This game, I mean, the Aether, like the of Aether game is really good. You know, there's Rivals of Aether, Lovers of Aether, and then now there's Dungeon of Aether. Really good. Loving all of them, not gonna lie, it's really good. Alright, I'm gonna keep going now. Alright, spoiler alert. I mean, unless you don't care about story, that's fine, alright? But if you care about the story, feel free to look away. I'll give a look, you know, I'll appreciate that. Alright, appreciate again the, thank you again for the rate. Also, I hope you are doing good, yeah? But by pitching you and the 3 foreign fools against each other, the relics have now all come back to me. I will unlock the seal with the shards, take control of the darkness within, and activate my precious obsidian. Oh, Horton will become my undead servant. I shall command a never-ending army to purge the unworthy, crush the abyss, and purge the world of its vices in one masterful stroke. Of course. Why am I not surprised? And the world, all its hopes, dreams, and ambitions will be mine to shape and control. Oh, fleet. Oh, shit. I've been a fan of flashy goodness compositions, so I've known about the series' music, just never checked out gameplay of the games till now. Ooh, you should check out the gameplay, it's really good. I mean, Rivals of Aether is like Super Smash Bros. Without blocking. Lovers of Aether is a April Fool's joke, but made really good. It's a visual novel, and it's really good. And now there's Dungeon of Aether, dungeon crawling, dice game. It's really good. Highly recommend checking them out. I won't let that happen. Oh shit! Whoa! What did you say? Please don't let me fight Randall with Fleet. I don't know how to play Fleet. Okay, I have 2 meats, 2 cheese, 1 apple, and 1 potion. Okay, what do we have? Breath of Life instantly grants 1 stamina for each opponent granted die. Whoa. Can't receive more than 1 damage per turn. Okay. Relentless. Oh, whew, the music. Okay, okay. 5424 for the base stat. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna die. This is terrible. Please be attack. I will cry. Oh, what a drafted dice, huh? What do you have? 1 is Fright, Plan. Next turn. Oh my god, it's so strong. I'm gonna cry. Unconnect this 1 damage. Damage instantly inflicts -3 damage to the opponent. Okay. Curse. Unconnect this 1 damage. Inflict 2 to opponent stand on next turn. If blocked, inflicts -1 all opponent draft the dice on next turn. Dude, Randall is OP. What the fuck? Bitch is OP. Alright, let's take this slow. Let's take this slow. I have stamina advantage. Take it slow. This is bad. Bitch getting so much stamina, I'm gonna cry. Let's play defensively. Please speed defense. Oh my god, yes. Oh, at least I'm faster. Are you not attacking? No, it's redundant. I can stun. Yep, I'm attacking you. Oh, you're trying to spread? If damage instantly inflicts -3 damage. Oh, okay, fine, I'll take it. And here. That's a good attack animation. No, this is so not worth. I should not use stun that much. Please speed defense. Oh my god. Trying to spread? Oh. I'm faster. 6 attack. I can cover. Yeah, cover, gain stamina back. Okay. Oh, I'm taking this. That's right. You really want to act first, huh? Okay. Spread. -3. If damage instantly inflicts -3 defense to your opponent. Oh, that's kinda dangerous. So I'll be 0 defense. So attacking now would be kinda bad, question mark? Unless I have some defense. Six attack, 5. Oh, spread is too bad. I hate it. Unless I X second. Is it even possible for me to X second? Oh, they're gonna curse, wait. On connect, if blocked. If blocked, it's not that bad, I think. Oh shit. God, this is something else, man. Fine, I can take one hit. It's fine. I can take one hit. I'm gonna react. Yes, I'll take one hit. But, you know what? I have Frying Pan. I can eat food and grant health. I'm gonna heal. Easy. Alright, all good. Okay. Defense? Okay, I'll take it. And speed. God, that's so much stamina I used though. Gonna spread. Let's see. -3, so 7. 7, 6, 4. So I can do this and I'll snipe you. Good. Why am I using Fleet against this guy? Fleet is like the hardest character to play so far. There. Oh, you lucky bitch. Okay, it's okay. There, I win on speed. Some defense. 9. I mean, I'm faster. Now I'm not faster. And faster and everything. I win. I win, get out of here. Whoop. Of course, why am I not surprised? It's time to die and live forever, my dear. Oh no, he's using the Breath of Life to recover fully. I need to retreat and find help. How do you retreat, Fleet? A big mistake? Yeah, that's right, Fleet. You've been manipulated. Fleet, you're so gullible. I love you still, but still. Yeah, I mean, whose fault is that? Me. Actually, me. I think, okay, I sincerely think that there's like 2 different endings here. One is to not corrupt any single shop here. The other one is to corrupt every shop here. And I did just that. I corrupted every single shop here. I bought all the obsidian. I gave it all to the shops around here. And boy oh boy, it's so purple. Everyone is goddamn corrupted. I hate it. Okay. Oh, good. Hi, Angelico. And Randall's plan is already in full swing. Juice is being corrupted. Oh, fuck. Here, this was for you, but it's mine now. Give it here. It's a note from Ayala. We've evacuated the town and retreated to the safety of the mines. I need to get moving. Aha, Fleet. You don't say. Can I play as... Thank you, I want to play as Artemis. Can I look at Artemis? I must find help to fight the necromancer. Ayala says everyone has evacuated to the mines. Immediately? No? Oh, the dead silence. Oh, the dead silence. Oh, I don't like that. Everything's not even that good. Greed is good! I'm gonna cry. Everyone's corrupted. It's my fault. It's entirely my fault. I gave everyone 2 obsidians and then they are corrupted like this. I'm gonna cry. Oh, fuck. I feel bad. I feel terrible. This game made me feel terrible. I feel like a bad... I feel like a bad kobo. Alright, oh, always good, always good. Let's enter. Need TNT, alright. Monocle. Grants a 2 accuracy die on the next turn after using a technique. Technique? Connive inflicts 1 damage to the opponent, only once per battle. Okay. Steal opponent's die. Nah, I don't need any of these. Oh, hi. For food, I have good here. You're welcome. They're very adorable though, look at that. Yeah, the sprite work of this game, or just the Aether games, is so good. Pixel art is difficult. That's so speedy. I'll connect this 1 damage. If damage, grants 1 5 attack on the next turn. Oh, no. You know, I'm not even gonna attack. I'll get speed. I'll cover instead. Get the stamina die. They use stamina so I can get 2 stamina back with the crab claw. Or attack? I will try. Oh. On the next turn. I can block and I can attack at the same time. Albeit me attacking second. I'll take it. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of defense. Game? Yeah, this game's really good. Too bad I cannot show you Artemis, but I can do it real quick. I did screenshot yesterday. I'm gonna go rest now. We could rest the stream. Thank you, Richard, for the raid again. But here's Artemis. Oh wait, no, this is not a good picture. This one is a good picture. Artemis. Maybe this one. Yeah. I like him. Oh no, Artemis is a her. Artemis is a she, that makes her so much better. Artemis is so good. Yeah, Artemis #1. Too bad I cannot play as Artemis. I'm so sad. Yeah, right. She exudes some sort of energy that I love her so much. Right, let's focus. Yeah, she's absolutely wonderful. What is this draft? Oh my god. Have a good stream. Thank you, Richard. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. The post-stream care, very important. Thanks again for the raid. Big appreciate. Please let me speed. Ooh, that's even better. Alright. Get some attack. You really like speed, don't you? Yep, I'm gonna attack first. Okay, I win. Oh, it's Scoop again. No time for introductions, dear readers. I'm printing and distributing emergency info as fast as I can. You can thank Miss A. Bunny. Oh, hey, it's Ayala for the speedy printing services. The monsters seem to be attracted to anything containing obsidian. I don't care how much you paid for it, get rid of it. It's not worth your life. Grab food, grab a change of clothes, but do not grab your jewelry. Oh, shit's kicking up. Three, not enough. Let's see, 1 1 3 4 6 7 4 7 8 9 so I need 5 4 4. No, 5 5 4. Not enough. Ooh, 6 7. Okay, that's good. 6, that's really good. I'll get this because it's speed. Oh, nice. More cheese. I'll get cheese. All the cheese. Oh yeah. Drag? That's a new one. On connect, this one damage. If damage inflicts -2 to 2 opponents' random stat for the next turn. Whoa. Enemies are getting really strong. I'll react. React and I get 2 defense. Yeah, that's good enough. -2 attack and -2 defense. Okay. Please let it be something good. That is really good. Okay. I'm gonna block. I'm not even gonna attack. I'll block because I have minus stats. Let's focus. I guess it's kind of worth. Do we need more speed though? Oh my god. I'm not gonna use too much stamina. I need my stamina back. -2 speed and attack. Not too bad. It's gonna be faster. No, there's no way I can... There's no way I can be faster. They're gonna sprint. I cannot focus. I'll cover. Since cover will still give me 2 stamina dice. Alright, gamble. Nice gamble, I'll take it. Now it's just to be speedier than them. And I win. Whoa. I want to get the TNT, the boomerang. Alright, got the TNT. Biggity buggity boom. Okay, we need more TNT. He's asleep. More TNT. Dying of thirst. Here, have my great potion of attack. Free of charge. No, it's not free of charge. Give me money. Oh, it's Hamir. Strong? Let's cover for now. Oh, that's wild. Oh, God. One defense. Doing strong. I need this. See if I can do this. Rave. 1 attack die. 5 attack die? If I snipe, I can get stamina back and 3 stamina dies. I think that's really good. It's better than the 5 attack die. Yeah, I'm doing it. Oh, nice. This one I need... Oh, they have more defense. Shit. They have 2 health. I can take the hit. You know what? I'm gonna take a hit. And because I'm gonna take a hit, I don't care about speed. Kinda want to get sniped now. Yeah, you can attack me first. Oh my god, you lucky fuck. I can afford to take this hit, I'll die. Okay, I need to act first. This I win, right? This I win. Yeah. Moisturize? Yeah, I will. Need to drink more water. Oh, sun's coming out. It's not pouring anymore. It's not storming anymore. That's fast. Oh, wait, no, it's not fast. It's been 4 hours? I'm sorry, when I play this game, the time just flies. Alright, all good. Yankees. I do need to moisturize more. Hi, Hamir. You again, little thief. Yeah, I messed up. I know. Fall back to the bottom. I'll cover you. Now you're trying to help? I've always been trying to help. I know it's asking a lot, but please fall back so we can regroup. Suddenly you remind me of Matog. Alright, little thief. I will trust you for now. Alright. Redemption arc. Oh, okay, I'll skip this for now. Redemption arc for Fleet. I appreciate that. Heal, I don't need that. I have a bunch of heals. And where's Artemis? I miss my girl Artemis. Artemis, it's like my title is Artemis my beloved, but I'm not seeing any Artemis. Excuse me? My feelings has been hurt. I've been betrayed. I cannot snipe, right? But I can, however... Oh! They know! So I can stun and remove that dice of his? Yeah, but I'm gonna act first. Okay, good. Let's stun him. Remove this. I'm gonna block it. Oh, I should not use stun too much. Because of that, I'm blocking. I'm betting on this to be something else. Okay, well, that's kinda bad. It's not even that worth. You know what? Block it, block it. Yeah, block it. It's fine, block it. And now cover. Interesting draft. Oh, I hate it. They're so lucky. They're gonna do strong? Shit. No, I have to cover again. Yeah, I cannot attack them. Oh, little cheat, okay. Oh, please let it be good. That is good as fuck. Thank you, game. That's good. Oh, no you don't. I can snipe so I can get some stamina back. Oh wait, no, I need 1 point here. What are we trying to do? Oh, okay. Nah. I'll snipe ya. Mine. Trying to strong me? No, if I strong you first. Kind of want to snipe him. Here. Now I can snipe him. Sniper! Oh no. If I go here, I don't think I can go back anymore, question mark? Okay, that's the one. There's a few more here. Yeah, I had a feeling. React needs 1 point here. Actually, why am I doing that? I can just react here. So, 15, okay, that's 2? That's good enough. Ooh, it's fast. Nah, I'm blocking it. No boy. Really? You just want me to take damage, is that it? No, if I kill you first. Oh wait, I can actually kill him. Okay, good. Thank goodness. Oh my god. There, I can attack first. Snipe him. Executioner. Okay, we have a snake. We have a dog that looks like a rhinoceros. Rhinoceros. We don't need healing. Why? Because I can eat things and heal. Oh, that's mine. I want this. I can attack it. I can block this, right? Yeah, I can block this. I kind of want to snipe though. Wait. Yeah, not enough. What if I... Oh, that's much better. Oh yeah! Okay, that's good. So I can block it, I act second. I block it, I can attack him with Snipe. Okay, lower speed and attack. It's okay. It's not to act first. If I can block it, it's fine. Alright, snipe again. Whoa, how many speed is this? There, I'm very speedy. I can't do shit, what is this? Yeah, I can kill here, I can kill. All good. Kitty? Okay, so what is it? Snake, rhinoceros, and kitty. Okay. Snake, rhinoceros, and kitty. Oh! Grant +1 to all non-drafted stamina dice? Non-drafted stamina dice? It's not even that good. They're healed. Non-drafted... Only if I snipe, then it will be +1. Snipe, cover... Stun? Yeah, those are non-drafted. I think it's pretty good for fleet, yeah. Let's equip this. But I cannot equip it because I have full... isn't there storage nearby? Here. Store this. And then... It's okay. I know I want more gold, but for now I have kinda enough gold. I'm blocking the gold number. I have 262 gold currently. Which is like never enough, but meh, it's fine. Alright, I assume that's everything here. Okay, let's go down. Yep, there it is. the underground bulletin. Do not use the Badger Corporation shelters. The monsters are swarming there. Yes, most of the rich folks got access to the shelter first. Laugh about their karma later. The exits to town are blocked, and it's record heat out there anyway. Get below, head to the mines. Ooh. Dude, I love the underground bulletin. Like notes like that, so much world building. I don't know, but I think I love reading it in this game. I like it. I very like it. I'm blocking it. Steam? One attack die on the next turn. 1 tree attack die, 1 accuracy die on the next turn. If damage inflicts -1 to opponents die on the next turn. What? Why is everyone so counter? Nah, I'm just gonna cover. Steam, I mean, I'm blocking it. Drill? On attack, deals 2 damage if damage inflicts -1 stamina to the opponent. If possible, breaks an opponent's gem? I mean, I never use my gem, so sure, you can break the gem all you want. I'm gonna snipe you, however. 15-15 block, 7-6, I destroy him, I'll attack second, it's okay. Sniper! Xing! Yeah, gem just broke, it's okay. Drill again? I don't have gems anymore. Okay, I can snipe, I act first, I block it, I attack him. Good. Snipe. I guess I'm slowly getting how fleet works. Slowly. If fleet gets to use 1 snipe, then the momentum just keeps swinging. It's like that's how fleet works. At least that's how I feel. Stun. Ooh, I can attack first. 1. Yeah, I'm blocking your attack. Are you gonna go steam? Now I will kill you. Yeah, I'm slowly getting fleet. Fleet is like, even if fleet attacks second, it's no big deal. For fleet anyway. Okay, there's Slate, the very hot looking shark. I love him a lot. This game is absolutely wonderful. I love this game so much. Slate is hot. Oh, the next one I'm gonna look at Artemis. Oh my god, please. FS, you think you can act like my friend now? I know I have a lot to answer for, but please just fall back for now. I'll cover you. Thanks for getting a little dicey. No skin off my fin if these things eat you. Thanks. You're welcome. Where's my beloved Artemis? Please. I crave. I crave. I thirst. Okay, 6, of course, put it in. But Chilio, I need 6 for that. I mean, there's 6 here. I could bet on it. Like this, and then this one like this. 2 dice to get 6. Oh boy, I'm not. Oh god. Oh no. Why? Of course. How many? Okay, fine. Whatever. You get 5 stamina. Okay, I'll give it to you. Oh. on A press, minus 1 to open the stamina dice. I don't even know how to use that. What do you mean on A press? I've been pressing A all day long. Opponent's dice are set to 3. I'll get fish. No stamina. It's fine, I can rebuild it. Right? It's okay. I'm playing defensive this turn. That's right. You're taking speed and putting the accuracy? What is wrong with you? What? Okay, that is the most janky dice I've ever seen on opponent's side. Is this the first time it happened this way? Or have I just never seen it before? Oh, I just never really pay attention to it. Oh my god, that's jank. That's actually mega jank. Here, I'm gonna think you can attack me, but I'm gonna cover instead. So they don't do grow, because grow is too scary. Mine. Speed, defense. It's good enough. 2. Oh shit. Yeah, I can react and just defend it, because I'm gonna act first. Good enough. Oh no, what is this? I can't even play defensively, I have to play aggressively. Okay, fine. And of course they take speed. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I need to kill it quick. I don't have stamina though. Should I just take this hit? Yeah, I'll take this hit, it's fine. I could eat, I have a little food to eat anyway. Whoa. Bad. Okay, not bad. I'm faster, I can kill you. Not enough things, I'll just strike you down then. Good enough. Oh, we have more puzzles. Schnick. Okay, let's eat a fish. Heal! Defense? I'm speedy now. Oh, you're not gonna attack? Weird. I mean, I cannot attack you. I'm gonna focus then. Yeah, I'm slowly getting how fleet works. Slowly. Time to snipe. I can block it, I can attack him, I'm faster, I can snipe him. Get some stamina back. Really good. I'll take this guaranteed 5. Oh, lucky! I mean, kinda lucky. Blocking. Faster. No, actually, I already blocked the attack. Attacking second wouldn't hurt that much. Yeah, since I blocked the attack. 6-6, I can snipe again. See? Maybe I feel like back then I was too stuck up on getting speedier, like faster than my opponent. I think it's not necessary to do that. If I get like more base stat, like attack and defense like this, I don't care about speed. I can attack second and they got nothing to do about it because I can block the attack and they cannot block my attack. Yeah, I just realized that. Just snipe them. Kitty? Mm-hmm. Oh, good. I can sell things for you. Have my schmeck bam. I'm keeping the potion just in case someone is thirsty. Oh, orb is really good. Yeah, look at orb, $70, 70 gold, not dollars. Okay, strategist. It's fine. Take this, take this. Okay, you are very speedy, it's fine. If I react, I can block this. Yeah, if I react, I can block this. Here. What's Pierce? Grants 2/1 similar die on next turn on connect. Oh, okay, so it's not that bad. I'll take this. I'll take some speed, some defense. Oh, they use stamina. Then I can get some stamina back afterwards. Oh yeah, let's strike him. Alright, bet. What is this? Not that good. It's fine. What is this? Ooh, claim. What is this? Deals 2 damage. If damage, inflicts -1 stamina to opponent. If possible, removes an opponent food item? You bitch! Can you not do that? Like, can you not do that? It's 4. What if I destroy the accuracy? Like, if I destroy the accuracy dice? I don't think they can do claim anymore. So I need... Okay, I don't want to take the hit. That's the thing. I don't want to take the hit, so... Stun... I need 7 of these. And I need 3. Ooh. There's a lot of stamina used. Is it worth though? I don't think it's worth to try to do that. I mean, I'm gonna act first. I'll just kill it then. Yeah, just kill it. Just kill it. 3-3, I win. 8-7, I win. I don't care about blocking because it's dead. Snipe him. Good. Okay, we have rhinoceros, snake, rhinoceros, and kitty. Okay. Snake, rhinoceros, and kitty. There, try. Oh. Do I take Obsidian? Sure, you know, I'll take it. I mean, I didn't use it on my own, so I guess that's good. Head into the mines, it's safe there. The mysterious foreigners I've been reporting on are giving it all to protect an escape route. And shout a thank you while you run by, but get down there for pity's sake. You got this, Scoop. Scoop, you're the best. Oh, what'd I tell you? Oh, for food? Here. That's heal. I don't need that. Full health. Oh, look at that. It's Artemis. Oh my god. Artemis is gonna kill me. How much does Obsidian sell for? Only 35? I'm surprised. I thought Obsidian is gonna sell for a lot more than this. But apparently not, huh? I'll keep the Obsidian. Hey, Artemis, please crush me. I mean, hi, how are you doing? Excellent. I was hoping to cut you down before the monsters got me. Can we put a pin in that for now? There's a bigger threat. Fall back, I'll cover you. Please, I can cut off this thing all day if I have to. But there's about to be more. Tons more. They just won't stop at Juicevale. Ah, so if I intel the enemy? Fine. I will wait your report further in. Do not keep me waiting. I'm sorry, but Artemis is too hot. Oh, hey. 5. Mine. I'll take it. I can block. I can block and I can attack. I don't care about speed anymore. The drag. Drag is -2 on 2 opponents' random stat. Okay, it's not that bad. I want to snipe him. Worth. Worth. Okay. Oh no. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'll win on speed no matter what. Maybe not use that much stamina, question mark? I mean, I'm gonna act first. How about this? I can attack with react and block it. Yeah. Nice. Time to change up some strategy. This will not connect. I'll be slower, so I cannot react. I can react? Oh boy. Just block it then, yeah. Gonna focus. Focus helps too because... Yeah, because of the golden orb and also the hero's conviction. Oh, he's way too speedy. Okay, no point in getting speed die anymore. As long as I can block it. I'll snipe you. Nice. Smeg BM. I'm gonna get that. What is this gem? Discards all opponents 1 dice? Sure. I feel like I can just play this game for a whole day, to be honest. Like, something about this game is just fun as fuck. I love. Okay. I can take some speed. Oh god. Help. Oh wait, they're not gonna attack. Wait, why are you not gonna attack? Oh, now you're gonna attack. Oh, is it because they know? Yeah, they know that I can cover. Okay lah. I'll cover still. Why there's so many 1 dice? Are you just trying to destroy my gem quickly? Oh, I'm slower? Nah. If I react, I can block this. I'm faster. Oh, I cannot attack him. If I can attack him, God, just do this thing. No, block it. Yeah, block it. Block it. Do this. Nah. Then if I can just cover, that's good enough. Yeah, it's gonna sprint again. It's okay. Because I'm my stats lowered, it's kind of bad. Have you seen what I'm linked to yet? Not yet. Attack, speed. Whoa, you're so fast. Why? Okay, I can do this. I can attack second. It's fine. Need one more so that I can snap. Actually, no. Since I already lost on speed, why bother? Yeah, I've ascended. I have ascended on how to play this game. Don't care about speed anymore. Attack second is fine. Yeah, I'll go full blown attack and this. What is this? Speed? Yeah, that's good enough. I'm gonna attack first, right? Yeah, just strike him. Plus 3 stamina. Drop this. Fortune for food. Well, lucky because I got an app. I got an apfel. Okay, 4. Need 6. 2. Not enough. Oh, nice. Okay, wonder what this is. Oh, that's so not worth. It's the same. Hero. Oh, nice. I win. Grant a random similar die at the start of each turn. Whoa. Ring of Attack. Grants a 2 attack die on the next turn after connecting? No, I don't think I'm going to change any... Oh, meat though. Ooh, meat though. This one's really good as well. I'm gonna keep it, but I'm not gonna use it immediately. Because I still have like Gem of Wind. Dying of Thirst? Well, lucky you, I have great Potion of Defense here. Take it. Wow, need 2 dice for this one? Okay. Oh, defense is already done. 4, 5, 6, 7. There. I'll take one of these. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I need 6 for attack right now. That's one more. Oh, nice! More cheese? Yep. More cheese. Never enough cheese. Whoa, you want to act first? Not on my watch. You're not gonna act first. Attack, it's not that worth. I'm gonna block your attack. And I'm gonna just cover. Oh, actually I'll focus. Yeah, they're gonna focus as well. Let's see, if I change this, yep, they're gonna do it strong, okay. I'll focus. Oh, wow. They for sure gonna get... it's fine. Yeah. You know what? I'll take the hit. So long as I get to snipe you. Oh, strong? Oh, okay. Strong, maybe not that worth. What am I to do? I mean, I still act first. I can react, right? I have react. Block this. Yeah, let's react then. Oh wait, no, I don't need this then, since I can react. I gotta do strong, good. I attack first, I get 2 defense? Yeah. Attack? Oh, worth. 6-4-6-6. Oh, I can deal damage, but they're gonna do Wraith though. No technical dice, just strike them. I'm gonna play very defensively. All defense dice. Yeah, how about that? All defense dice. Still need more defense. I'm doing this because they did Wraith just now, so man. Alright, cover. I just need to be faster. I do kind of want to get some stamina back. What if I do this? 11, 2. To get 2 back. I mean, okay lah. I guess. I should just got a chance to use snipe. Like if I can use snipe, I would definitely use it. Even if I have to attack second. Oh. This is Scoop with maybe my last report. Amid all the horror, I've seen the true heart of Juiceville. People carrying children and elderly, even when they aren't family. Citizens sharing the meager food they brought, or the shirts off their backs to those who couldn't grab anything before running. Everyone is scared, and tensions are high, but everyone is helping each other. I know such generosity will get us through this. Oh, that's sweet and also very scary. Us. Well, you all, I guess. I came back to print one last notice to inform people, and now I'm using it as my farewell. I wouldn't be holed up in here if I had stayed in the mines, but I couldn't stand the thought of someone left behind, who didn't know how to get to safety. If you are reading this, do not mount a rescue. Find a way and end this madness. Get the people of Juiceville to safety. Your old pal Scoop knows how to get out of a tight spot, and if not, well, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve you. Juiceville, stay informed and stay safe. No, not Scoop! Not Scoop! Why does it have to be Scoop? God, Scoop has been so nice though. Gonna salute Scoop. 07 Scoop. Oh, there's a lot of 5s. It's like all different color 5s. Oh my god. I'm taking this one. Oh, God, I hate you. I'm gonna attack. I'll be faster than you. I'm gonna cover. On connect. Okay, it's only on connect. No, I don't need this. I need this to react. Oh, I'm banning on this. And I regret everything. I'm gonna die. I'm so gonna get hit this turn. Oh my god. Deals 2 damage if possible, removes an opponent's equipment. Remove an opponent's equipment? That fucking sucks. Excuse you? Do you see what dice I got? I have 16 accuracy. Oh no. Oh, you bitch. Oh, I swear to god if you remove my legendary equipment. All of these trees so good though. Like, there's no way I can avoid this. Because the game says, no, fuck you. You everything about you have been too much of a smooth sail. You don't deserve to be this, you don't deserve this smooth sailing. For fuck's sake, I'll eat this. Okay. Oh my god, it's not even enough. It's not even enough. Oh, it's not doing... Oh yeah! Okay, let's cover this one. Guess I'm still gonna act first. You know what? Worth. As long as they don't do melt, good. God, that was bad. Oh my god, really? Real fucking Lee. I'm gonna die again. You know what? No, I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna die. Dude, they're gonna melt. Can't lie through this and don't do melt. I can, but it's so not worth. It's worth so long as I don't do melt. Alright? Cover. Fuck this. I'm out of stamina. Eh. Cheesecake bully. I don't even get a chance to attack. And they keep doing melt. Oh my god, this is the most worst fight ever. I cannot. I have to get melted. There goes my equipment. Yeah, even then they're gonna do melt. What will make you not do melt? Oh. One of these? Oh, because if damage inflicts -2 stamina to the opponent, if I choose to not attack, they would not do melt. I need them to not do melt. But all they need is just 1 point of accuracy to not to let them do melt. I'll do 1 point to avoid melt. I can only keep covering. Okay, keep covering, it's fine. Do you want to see the progress of one of my art projects? Oh, yes, please! That'll be great. This battle is gonna piss me off so hard. Ah, what's the point? Just snipe them. Alright, there goes my equipment. -2 stamina as well, that's fucked, man, jeez. Oh my god, there goes my orb. Thank you, game. And that was 2 damage as well. Oh, there goes my most powerful item. Sad times. Huh? You post in Discord? Yeah, there's no more merchant. Oh, hey! I'm gonna go back to the surface. Yeah, I can resume from here. Good. Everyone is so evil. And I am the one to blame. I gave them all the obsidians. Slept well, huh? Yeah, with that face. Uh-huh. God, everyone is so evil. Everyone's so evil. And then the start of next turn after discarding opponent's die. Good for stun, I guess. You don't really sell good stuff, do you? No, I'm the one to blame. I gave them all the obsidians. Yeah, I... What do you have? Parrot hook? No, you know what? I'll get money. I mean, Parrot Hook is also money. Parrot Hook is like guaranteed 15 gold each fight. However, I don't know how much this one gives. You know, I'm getting Parrot Hook. I feel like Parrot Hook is like slightly better. Gem of Growth. I think it's almost boss fight, right? That's why they have this. Let's buy cheese. And a shuriken. And equip this. And buy one more thing from you. Actually, no. It's okay. Can I play as Artemis, please? There it is. Okay, I'm back. I love this. Alright, let me look at the Discord post real quick. Whoa, it's an animation? Damn! Oh, that looks cozy. Can I show it? May I show it on stream? Oh, is it like a secret thing? Sure, alright. Dude, that looks pretty cozy. Me like it. I can open the browser. I think that's like bigger. Ambiggen. Ambiggen. I always love stuff like this. You know, when I listen to jazz music on YouTube, they always have like this kind of visual, like raining outside, and even adding like raining noises. Raining noises, and also like jazz music in the same time. Yeah, really good. Although leaving the phone open is bad practice though. You don't leave the phone open like that, you're gonna preserve phone battery. Cheesecake shop concept and I'm liking it so far. Oh my god, yes! I'm liking it a lot. It has good vibes. Pink chair? I mean pinkish tone chair? Hell yeah, man. Number one. Pinkish tone chair is like, good vibes in general. Hell yeah. I want to visit Cheesecake shop. I want to visit Cheesecake shop. What are you gonna sell in your shop? Are you gonna sell cheesecake? Or are you gonna sell anything other than cheesecake? Fleet, you're okay. No, really. I wanted to protect Juicevale and instead I doomed it. Oh shit. Also, phone's supposed to have funny screensaver in later future. Oh, nice! Good. You sold the shard. Where are they? I gave them to an old man who said he was going to save Juicevale. Instead, he's some creepy necromancer nutbar. Slow down. Where exactly is he now? It's some creepy altar at the bottom of the creepy crypts in front of the super creepy door. Do you know something, Olympia? Long ago, the elementals are united to fight back the darkness known as the Abyss. Legend says Juicevale was the site of one of the fiercest battlegrounds. 4 champions used the power of the shards to turn the darkness back on itself and seal it away. Well, the seal's broken and the old man is going to open it all the way. Then he must be stopped. Agreed. I won't allow this darkness to reach the Firelands. Once again, it looks like I've bitten off more than I can chew. Oh well, I can't turn a blind eye to the to this mess. Then you'll need a guide. I know the best way down. You've done enough. Hey, I've been fighting for Juicevale on my own for a while now. Badger Corporation chased my family out of town. Nobody takes me seriously, and the three of you fell for his trickery as much as I did. I screwed up big time, so now I have to make things right. But I can't do it alone, and I know how tough you guys are, so please help me. Let me help you. Just think about it for a second. Oh. Where's Artemis? Artemis! Begone, thief. I don't have time to spare punishing you. Look, the old man tricked me, okay? Then you're a thief and stupid. Begone. This is my home. You're the unwelcome outsider. The Fire Mora goes where it's needed, not where it's wanted. Yeah, and just what needed you here is the Flame Imperium planning on marching clear across Aether to conquer Juicevale? Not yet. My orders are confidential. Well then, listen here, lady. When this is all over, it won't make us friends. Oh. That's right. If you and your fire morons come marching to my town, I'll shoot you all down myself. You, tiny, scrawny, stupid little you, stand against the might of the Flame Imperium? Yes, my family helped build this town, and even if no one's left to defend it, I'll be there. There was a lightning right in front of my house. My room just flashed. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was like the closest lightning I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay, I'm scared now. Look, I don't. Oh. What is this? Holy shit. Okay. Oh, I said I love Artemis, alright? Like, then you don't have to do this. Oh god. Oh, that is actually kind of scary. It's not very close to my house, but it's like a few streets away, I think. I'll figure out the menu items because I want to have fun with the menu items. Yeah! You know, something about concept art or doing your own concept is like the fun thing. It's like the most fun thing ever. You get to design your own thing. And you get to design your own menu and shit. I love that feeling. I really do. But maybe more items. But it's a preview of what you may expect of the cheesecake shop. Yeah! You can hear it? Yeah, it was really fucking loud. Look, the thing is, you can hear it. That's insane. Why? Because I have noise reduction filter on. 2 of them. And you guys can and you can still hear the lightning? That shows how loud the lightning is. Maybe there's some merit to you after all. What's that? A compliment? Come, we have an old man to cremate. Oh, Artemis! I love you! Oh my god. Let me love you, Artemis. It looks like all of Juice Fair is down here. Pretty much. I built Badger Cooperative city-wide PA system, you know. So I commandeered it and sent out an alert to the whole town and hide it in the mines. It's like a natural fortified bunker. Good thinking. Yeah, but since it came from Badger Corporation system, everyone thinks the company is rescuing them. Oh, for the love of... No, that's not the important thing right now. Right, you need to stop Randall from making things worse. Yeah, but before that I owe you an apology. You're right, I wanted to be the hero more than anything. I wanted to be successful. I wanted to be recognized so bad I got tunnel vision. In the mines, no less. Hey, don't start, I'm being sincere here. Right, sorry. Anyway, I know it's hard for you to trust others, and it didn't take long for me to mess things up. So before I go to fix things with Randall, I wanted to fix things between us. Yeah, well, maybe I need to learn not everyone's perfect, including me. You are doing everything you can to help everyone else, and that counts for a lot in my book. Thanks, Ayala. Do you think you and Olympia can handle things for now? Yeah, I think I saw Foreman Collar in the crowd. I'll try to convince him to use his crew to keep things peaceful. And if you can't, then I'll ask Olympia to break his arm and give the order myself. Nice. God, I love the story. Hey, Slade. So, no hard feelings about robbing you? Occupational hazard. You're rather good, actually. And since I'm amazing, that's high praise. So, we're cool? I'm not inclined to go sailing with you anytime soon, but I'll quite happily use you as a living shield as we fight ungodly eldritch horrors. That's touching? I may be a pirate, but I am an honest pirate. You sure are a long way from the sea. My quest has taken me in unexpected directions. I thought you said you were an honest pirate. Spill the beans. Oh, I'm honest, but I'm also cagey. If my life story is that valuable to you, then it means I need to keep it even close to my vest. Well, can I at least count on you to watch my back? So long as I can count on you to watch mine. Deal. Then we have an accord. Slade, I love you! Shimmering skin in front of you. Give it to me! Yep. Oh my god. I'm taking it with me. It's my shimmering shiny scale now. Yeah. So, you're a war runner, huh? Ex-war runner. Disgraced and unworthy. Yikes. I mean, I didn't think people could leave the war runners like it was a lifetime deal? It's supposed to be. It is what enticed me from my homeland. I wanted a purpose. I wanted to serve something greater than myself. The Rock Wall is a holy place that protects the Aetherian forest from the world, and the world from the forest's hunger. I thought that by helping to maintain it, I would find satisfaction. And did you? It was good until I was put to the test. A great black root broke through the rock wall. From the outside, I fled like a coward. My partner stood his ground and was lost. I'm sorry. That's why when the old man told me Olympia might hold a shard that could raise the dead, I considered... No, never mind. The trophy sees that shard, and he's going to ruin the world with it and all the dark gunk below. I swore to protect the city. The fact I can get that old buzzard back for tricking me is icing on the cake. So, you would stand your ground, with or without us? I've been on my own for a while now. I'm used to it, but I wouldn't mind a little help from a war runner. Sorry, ex-war runner. Very well, let's head out as soon as possible. Harry is pretty cool. I've seen you all over the place. Who are you? Olympia, a champion of Crystal Oasis. Sorry, never heard of it. Few have. We keep to ourselves and prefer to keep it that way. Hamir is one of the rare exceptions. Ooh, you two have a bit of history? A bit. So, what brings you out of seclusion then? Our miners noticed impurities arising in the ore, a darkness with a deep, corrosive power. I followed the underground tunnels to the source and wound up here. Imagine my horror when I found out your people were selling the dark ore as a precious gem. Well, I mean, how were we supposed to know what obsidian was? Anyway, I was searching for a way to counteract the obsidian and came upon the legend of the 4 shards. Yes, the things Randall had me steal. You know how they work? To a degree, they are powerful scales, gifted to the elementals by the beam of Amathor. They can convert the darkness to power as well as drive it back. As the Flame Imperialists say, fight fire with fire. If that's the case, why didn't the champions of old finish the job? From all that I learned, their mistake was they held onto the shards. Whatever the reasons, the great allowed the seal in the crypt to decay. And now here we are. So we can win, we just can't hold anything back. Precisely. Thanks for the insight, Olympia. Can I ask you to look after Ayala and the others while we're gone? Never fear, Fleet. There's nothing harder than my fist, nothing will break through. Thank you. Oh, did I miss something? I hope I didn't miss something. If I missed something, I could be so upset. It's just a common silver scale. It's shiny, I still want it. It's shiny. It's mine. It's mine. Greed is good. Can I? Oh! I can play as Artemis? Yes. Yes, finally. Okay, we have Cursed Mask, we have Gem of Poison, Axe of Poison, sorry. 2 cheese, 1 fish. Always keep the stamina at high. What else can I buy? Some items, bandage, recover your HP only once. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna need feather. Since for Artemis, I'm gonna play with 1 health only. Nah, who needs feather? I'm not gonna die. Artemis is too strong. How can Artemis die? It's not gonna happen. Ever. Ever. 2 speed, 1 defense, no attack. I think attack for Artemis is pretty okay. Yeah, I think 2 speed and 1 defense is like a good idea. For Artemis anyway. So I think that's the item. Two cheese, 1 fish, empty bottle. I'm gonna sell the empty bottle. Bandage would be redundant. Maybe I can get more items when I'm down there. Here, let me just sleep for funsies. What? I cannot do that? I cannot give you gold? I don't want to use obsidian. Like my playthrough is obsidian free. I want to see maybe that has some impact to the story. So right now my current thought about this game is that there might be 2 different endings. There might be, right? One is not corrupt any single one of these shops. And the other one is what I'm doing right now. Corrupt every single thing. Like all the shops are corrupted. You are corrupted, you are corrupted, you are corrupted, you are corrupted, you are corrupted. Everyone's corrupted, right? So I was thinking that maybe, just maybe, there's 2 endings to it. But I don't know. So guess we'll find out, huh? Let's go, Artemis, my beloved. Yes! 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 I love you, Artemis. I hope Ayala and Olympia can hold out. I know, Olympia. The villagers are in safe hands. So this is why they buried all those who fell while fighting the darkness. Let's not join them, eh? I have places to go and people to pillage. Alrighty guys, follow me. Bone Man. Trauma? Reduce 2 damage if damage inflicts -2 to all opponents stat in the next turn. I have general poison, I cannot get hit. I seriously cannot get hit. Oh my god. This is terrible. Okay, as long as I get through the defense. Alright, I need speed then. I gotta get hit by trauma, I'll die. But I'm gonna act first, so it's fine. Unstable? Okay, all good, all good. So 8 wins against 7. I don't care about, because I have Gem of Poison or an Axe of Poison, I'll deal double damage. Kill him! It's just a common silver scale. Common silver scale. 4 is good. The rest might be a little bit too less in number. Yep, that's good. Wait, I'm gonna bet on this. What is this? Oh my god, yes! No, I'm gonna give this to this one. 4 here. This to this, that's enough. 1 here. Oh boy. Please? Any red? Oh! Thank goodness. Okay. Gem of Smoke. Potion of Might. Jeez. I need this. Make an offering? I assume fish might become cheese. Cheese might become meat. Right? We'll see. Oh, it became pan? No, pain sucks. I don't need pan. Hey, do you sell something good? No, he can have this. Don't worry about it. Not so good. I'll buy an apple. Just gonna get that stamina high. Although not immediately. 8-6 on this one. Oh wait, that's bad. I can have 2 dice here. 3. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'm not gonna bet on that. Oh! Oh god, okay. 1 stamina, I'll take it. Grants 2 stamina after dropping any item. Cheese. Not bandage. After dropping any item, grants 2 stamina. It's not even that good, right? Nah, I'll get cheese. Let's fight too. I need to get hit once. And just once, because I have Gem of Poison, double damage. Deals 1 damage, okay. 1 damage. In the meantime, I'm gonna deal damage to you as well. Well, guess I cannot anymore, unless this is attack. Ooh, okay. Oh, I'm not gonna let you defend. No. Oh yeah, I can heal. Shit, don't heal. Okay, that's enough. Don't heal. You know what? I'm not even gonna try to attack him. I'll just focus. Wait, no, I need to waste the stamina here. Yeah, let's go. Hit me! Alright, time to die. I will kill you. I can attack first. They have no defense. They have no defense. Oh, I should just use this. Instantly gains 3 attack on connect, deals 1 damage to... Oh, deals 1 damage to self. Yeah, I should have used that one. I'm stupid. It's okay. Break is good. Look at Break. OP. They'll die instantly and get stamina all the time. Hacha! That's why I play with 1 stamina. Tenant notes. The other shots were so overt in their power, we couldn't tell what mine did until disaster struck. Genbus could heal. Hemilnus could endure, but I lived. Even before the wounds were closed and the heartbeat resumed, I lived. The breath of life let me go places and do things no one else could, perfect for an observant scout such as myself. The problem though is that there is no finale. Life has no happily ever after, and with my shard I was present to witness the fact. Here in Juice Valley, out in Godai's Delta, even in the frozen northern tundra, we sealed away the living night. Aether was free to prosper. That was supposed to be our happily ever after. But then the gods turned on each other. Then the people splintered. They are building a wall around where Sylvanos fell. The burning tribes are coming together under a single terrifying banner, and Air Alliance is removing themselves to the Archive Peaks. The peace and unity we fought so hard for is shattering before my eyes. Yeah, that's painful, right? Yeah, 1 HP. Did I say something else? Alright, cannot go back. Okay, defense first. Okay, good. Get this. You want to attack? Whoa. Tree? I mean tree, I still win. That's right. Oh wait, no. Were you trying to block just now? Oh wait, no, you're trying to attack. 6. If I break, then that means I can waste the other stamina. Because I gain 2 defense when I attack. Yeah, I don't need to waste too much of my stamina. Just destroy! Thunder. So much defense. I can't keep using stamina, that's the thing, because I'm Artemis. So if I can attack first, that means that I don't care about this anymore. So I can just do this. What you gonna do about it, huh? That's right, yeah? Oh, now you want to be fast? Nuh-uh. Yeah, that's right, you will die. I don't care what you do, you will die. Get out! Artemis is too strong. Ooh. Oh, those are really high numbers. Can I reroll this? Sure. 5. Oh, lucky. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's enough. Okay, good. I'll drop this and I'll get this. Alright, let's fight Bone Man. Bone Dragon. So Bone Dragon is like only 2 health. I have Gem of Poison. I can destroy it in one go. So there you go. as long as I'm faster. You're trying to trauma me? No, if you die first. Bonk! Okay, Gem broke. Gem broke bad. That means I can only deal 1 damage. So I need to play very safely now. Okay, I don't need to heal. I do have the key. Oh no. That is... Oh, duplication! Ooh, I might want that. I mean, even if not, I just want to fight this for funsies. Here, let's do it. What is this draft? Okay, what is this? Oh, lucky! Okay, I'm faster, you're gonna strike, I don't care, I'll break you, wonk! Get out of here. The combo! Artemis is so much synergy. Okay, get this. What is this? Oh, nice! I'll get this, thank you very much. 4 attack, you're trying to block that shit? No way, you're trying to be faster than me? Hey, you know what? I can get stamina back, you little shit. Bonk. Artemis is too good, I'm sorry. No attack? A lot of defense though. Let me get this. Yeah, I'll get some defense as well, just in case. Speed... I need to be speedier, at least. Yeah. 1, 6... Oh god. Oh yeah? No, wait. Snatch? What does that do? Grant 1 stamina die on next... I mean, you're gonna die anyway. I can get stamina back as well. You bonk! Artemis, my beloved. Oh, let's skip for now. I need one of this. I know it's weird, but I'm gonna duplicate this. Just because the potion can help in a pinch. It's a 6 stamina die. Stamina die. It can go anywhere. It's a very good offensive and or defensive, depending on how I use it. Even though I never used it on my own, but still. You know, it's really good to have that. No, I'm not gonna heal. Alright, let's go to the next one. Wait, this is chapter 6? I only played this for the 2nd day. I just realized it's only chapter 6. Abay. Okay. Right now, Bone Dragon's very scary. Why? Because I need to deal with it twice. And it shares a lot of defense and shit. And speed. If damage, yeah, that's the thing. -2 on all stats on next turn? Dude, that's scary. 7 4 5 6 7. Okay, so if I break him, I'm slower though. Now I'm faster. I can get some stamina back, it's fine. God, -2 to all stats is the worst. And they got such high attack roll, I'm gonna cry. No, not a single defense die! Did this fucking game, I swear to God. Not a single defense die, I cannot believe. And at least give me attack die. Oh my god. The game wants to kill me so bad right now. That's bull! That is actually bull. I cannot be faster. I have to play defensively. As long as I can block this attack, it's good enough. Like that. It's so sad. Feed. Grant 1 2 stamina die on the next turn. Grant 1 extra to the side next turn for each opponent's lost HP. Oh my god, I cannot. This game is out there to get me right now. And I cannot do a move. Alright, cool beans, I'm gonna die now. What? And they roll 6 on defense. Fine. Please be attack. You asshole. Yeah, I'm faster, I'm faster. 1 health, I'm faster, get 2 stamina back. 12, go against 11, okay, I don't care. Boom. That was some terrible RNG. Like, really terrible. Oh yeah, what was the Gem of Growth again? Grant a random stamina die at the start of each turn. Oh my god, that's so good. Need key? I don't have a key. It's okay. Oh, nice. 4? Ooh, 6, 7, 8. Okay, nice. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, 2 of this would do. And 1 of these. Nice. I'm getting cheese. Let's eat this. Alright, full stamina again. Anywhere else I can go? No, right? Yeah, I need key for that. Okay, relentless and strategic. Strategist. 2. Oh my god, the gem. 6. I'm gonna cry. The game is actually bullying me right now. Oh, okay, I mean... I'm faster? Okay, I can just break this. Oh, they're gonna melt though. Okay, it's only on connect, it's gonna reward equipment. But I'm gonna get inflicted -2 stamina. Which is fine by me, because I can always get 2 stamina back. Okay, let's see, I'm faster, I attack first, so 7 deals 4, I get 2 defense, yep. Three? Not bad. Oh, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. I'm faster. Gonna do pound. On connect? Okay, only on connect, I don't care because I can break and get 2 defense. You have 6. It is fine. Let me get this. I'm sure if I do this, yeah, I'm gonna do something else. Don't do steam because I don't want it to do melt. So I can break and I can defend. Yeah, 6, 5, 10. Yep. Why did I get -1 to all stats? Did it do steam? That I didn't see. God fucking damn it, okay. Oh! One health. It's not blocking. I mean, they cannot block. Me first, I'm gonna break. I have no defense, but they're gonna die anyway. 4 speed, 9. Okay, I win. Gonna do melt. Too late, buddy. Alright, all good. Oh, wow. Please be something good. Oh no. Well, oh yes, actually. Here. Jeez. Yeah, this is not that good for Artemis. This is good for fleet then. Right? The 7 ACC ability equipment is for fleet because fleet relies on snipe that much. I'll leave. Do I have the key? No, right? Yeah, I don't have the key. The key's on you. I'll kill you. Do I gamble? I'm gonna gamble. Oh, nice. That's a good gamble. Okay, me first. I can deal damage. If I break him, I get 2 defense. I can defend against it. It's doing cover? Why? I'm gonna break you still. Gem broke? Alright. It's fine, it's fine. Getting this. This defense? Shit. Okay, all good. I need to get defense. Oh yeah? That's right. Okay, me first. I can deal damage to it and then gain 2 defense if it connects. So bam! Maximum stamina again. Dude, Artemis is too good. Oh nice, that's mine. Get some speed. What's this? Okay. I'm faster, less health. Yeah, just destroy it. Bureku! Nice, see? There's the key. Okay, good, good. Go back here. Here's the key. Oh. Wonder what this is. 5? Yeah, I can open this one up first. Oh my god, please. Bitch! Bitch! Okay, 2. Gem of Wind? Sure. They're just handing out treasure chests now. 3 is not even that worth. I think I'm gonna re-roll this. Oh. Oh boy. Gambling? Gambling? Oh! Okay, gambling again? I'm gonna cry. Too much, too much. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So either 5. Oh boy. Not the best. Still under the 2 stamina. It's fine. Cheese. Gem of poison. Gem of poison. But I feel like the boss is gonna be like tough, right? The boss is probably gonna be tough. I'd rather just eat a cheese and get another cheese. Yeah. No. Why you licking? Why you take cheese? Because cheese is good. Why you licking? Oh my god. What if I upgrade this? What do I get? No, I hope it's not a waste. Oh! I mean, it's not bad. All my dice is set to 6. It'd be good in a pinch. Lore collector, I got all the notes! Change all your to the left. I mean, you can rotate them, no? With like modify my emotes and stuff, I think. The champions who I fought alongside, who were blessed by Amathor, have fallen. I watched as their greed consumed them. It took different forms, but selfishness is selfishness. I dare not recover their shards now, lest I be corrupted as they were. I must remain pure. Such is the tall order in a world so devoid of morality. The seal we made is weakening, and I'm certain the people of Aether today cannot stand against the darkness I faced. I struggle to care for their fate, since they squandered what I so freely gave them. But I am the last remaining champion. I must do my duty. As before, I will use the Abyss's power against it. The darkness filled the shards, and turning the enemy's own power into elemental might. The matter I'm crafting has a similar effect, and is beautiful to behold as well. I will call it Obsidian, and I will ensure everyone in Aether wants it, but I will still retain some control, because they can't be trusted. Only I can handle this power. The world is mine to protect, and will be done so on my terms. And you done fucked up! You done fucked up! You little shit! You created Obsidian? Thinking you could control and then everyone just go batshit insane? Oh god. You done fucked up. Oh, that's mine. That's a lot of defense. You really don't want to get hit, huh? Well, I want to hit you. But that might be a little bit too much though. I cannot get hit by this, I'll die. No, he has too much defense currently. He took all the defense dices. You know what, let's play defensively, why not? Speed? Yeah, but... oh god. I don't really want to make him do feet though. How about this? And I burn. Instantly grants 2 defense. For now at least, right? If damage grants 3 stamina dice on the next turn, I don't care about that. So I'm faster if I burn I get 2 defense. Good. That's all I need. What is that dice roll? 6651? Dude, this bitch is getting so lucky. Of course. Oh. I can take that. Oh, it's still gonna do feed anyway? Oh, they know I can they know I can burn now. So that's what they mean by advanced AI. Truly advanced, what can I say? What if I try to attack them? Need this. With this I can bait. This is so much stamina used though, god. Yeah, they can do trauma, but I can block it. I can break and get 2 stamina back. I can connect this. I act first. I got 2 defense afterwards. They always get the best dice rolls. I'm gonna cry. Can faster. No attack though. Right? No attack. Gonna trauma? I'm gonna act first. No attack. Nah. I don't really want to use too much stamina at this point. But like, sure, I can kill if I can, but I'll try not to use too much stamina for now. Let's just block it. What is this draft? What is that dice roll? Why do they keep getting 6 points on defense? I'm now gonna feed again. I need to bait them into doing trauma. But I cannot bait them anymore. I mean, they're gonna feed any. No, oh, they're gonna trauma here. Wait, what? Really? Oh, because I'm slower. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, if I'm faster, they're gonna do feed anyway. They have too much defense. This is bullshit. Okay, at least I don't need to burn. They'll feed. I'll focus. Actually, what do I demand? 4 stamina points. Yeah, I'll demand. Get all the stamina back. Again, 6 on defense. What the fuck? I can't. This guy is the. Oh my god! What is this? I got all the best times. Fucking shit. And they're speedy as well. No, I cannot risk this. Okay, they feed. I don't need the man, let's focus. I have 9 stamina points, I think that's enough. Again! What the fuck? All 6 on defense. This bitch! This fucking shit. Oh my god, I can't. I got all 6 onto it. Okay, at least I can attack him now, but I'm slow. Let's see what I can do, huh? Okay, 11 beats 10, 1 health. 10 beats 10, break him. God damn. That was unnecessarily hard. The RNGesus, man. The RNGesus is not on my side, that one. Wait, no. Am I done with everything here? Like, just in case, let me look around real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've done everything. Okay, let's go. Storage? The boot is still here. The boot. Duplication? I still have a lot of items here. It's fine. I don't need to duplicate that for now. Oh, duplicate anything. I could duplicate the scroll. You can resume from here. Upcoming threat. Make sure to check everyone's inventory at the surf. Everyone's inventory? Oh shit. I need to play as everyone? Okay. If you say so. I mean, I see Fleet, Fleet has an Obsidian. Oh, everyone sells different things? You sell everyone different things? Wow. I mean, that's pretty cool. Orb? Oh god. Orb is good for Fleet, definitely. Fleet has a lot of skills that has like good skills for Orb. Okay, you know what? Let's make use of the bank. Okay, let's do some preparations. Probably gonna take some time. Okay, someone needs to take something. Here, Fleet. Actually, not Fleet. Yeah, Slate, you can take something out of this one. Magnet? Here, Slate can take Feather. Slate definitely needs more stamina. Slate needs stamina to dodge, right? Although once blocked, Slate can get stamina back, so I guess that's okay. Okay, and then I need to go to Artemis. Artemis has the orb. Put it here. And then Fleet can take the orb. Put this back. Fleet has the panty heal. I don't know if everyone shares health towards the end. Here, get more food item. Parrot hook, it's fine. I guess Slate can use money, but we already have like, we are loaded with money. Opponents can't draft stamina dice. I guess that's pretty good. And I think Hamil needs not stamina, but potions. I think that's what Hamil needs. Like, Hamil needs... Oh! Hamil needs orb as well. Yeah, I have too much Pirate Hook. I have this. Because Hamil can always get stamina dice on round start. Scroll. Opponent's dice are set to 3. No, I think that's a little bit scary. If you have 2 or more stamina dice at the start of the turn, this one could be good for Hamil. I'm not gonna sell 4-leaf clover. Store it. But Hamil can equip this. I love how bank is just like, the bank is what I don't need, I put it there. You know what? Sell those smoke bombs, get some money back. I don't need this. Never needed smoke bombs. I don't see the use of that. Okay, so anyone sell potions around here? You don't sell potion, do you? Mask is good. I already have the mask. For Artemis anyway. If stamina is lower or equal, never enough mask. I mean, not in this game, there will be enough mask. I think I only use mask for Artemis because mask only excels when I have 1 health left. So yeah. Okay, fleet is now loaded even with 1 Obsidian. No, I'm not gonna take Obsidian. No. Grindstone, however, I think is a good idea because both growth. Yeah. You can have a grindstone here. But I think I don't want you to have shuriken. I, however, want you to have a lot more food items. So, buy some cheese there. Slade. Slade is a little bit of a jack of all trades. It feels like Slade is safe no matter what. Slade just needs stamina. So I guess Crab's Claw is good. Yeah, Crab Claw is good for Slade then. Parrot Hook, Phoenix Feather, nah. As long as we play well, we don't need that. Crab Claw. Chamber Smoke, this one. Accuracy dice can be used as stamina dice. Never used that before, question mark? I mean, it sounds good, but how do I change the stamina dice into stamina? How do I change the accuracy dice to stamina? Like, I never know how does some gems work? Wolf Mask? I mean, sure, I guess. Axolotl, you don't sell any potions, do you? I mean, I guess Scroll would work as well. Also Shuriken. You know what? Yeah, Hamil is gonna be all like sabotage and shit. This Scroll? Keep one of this until next turn. I mean, Slate does need stamina here. 2 fish. Gem of Smoke. Steal opponents die. This one's pretty good. Can save me in a pinch. Alright, I think that's the preparations. I need to fight Randall now, I think. Oh, everyone needs to sleep. Okay. I don't care. Everyone sleep. Everyone sleep with the daddy. Oh, you're there full. Okay. Alright, I'm ready to go back down. Alright, this is as much as I can prepare for. When draw Monday. You have to... Which daddy? You have to... you have to specify which. Yeah, let's duplicate this. 2 scrolls. 2 legendary scrolls, let's go. I think, yeah, Malzino. Oh my god, I don't know how to draw Malzino though. Maybe I should commission one, if I have the money, in the very far future. Alright, let's do it. I might die, this might be the first death. Ooh.  2 No one draw with you. Of course I won. You're not daddy enough. You are very daddy to me. That sounds so wrong. But it's true because I'm a kobold. Take me.
Oh my god, can you stop simping?
No, you cannot stop me. You're my little pog champ. Oh my god, let's fucking go. I'm your little pog champ. Ah, first you bring me the shards, and now you bring me fresh meat for the sacrifice. He's already placed 3 of the shards. Yeah, but not the breath of life. You can't bring yourself to let it go, can you? Afraid you won't last long without it? Or are you just that greedy? You have no room to lecture me. I have been playing this for centuries. I cannot be stopped now. Oh yeah, I'll show you, bitch. Whoa, who are you? Whoa, why do you look so good? Yeah, can't receive more than 1 damage per turn. I knew it. Breath of Life. Instantly grants 1 stamina for each opponent's granted die. Yeah, that's kinda bad. Do I need speed? I'm slower. What is this? Fuck. I mean, you can take that, I guess. Oh yeah? That's right. Spread. If damage instantly inflicts -3 damage to... Oh shit. So I do need more. -3, let's see. Ooh. 432. Oh shit, I cannot just attack willy-nilly if they want to do spread. But now they can do plan, which is like so strong. It's canon, now it's Boxed on Daddy. Not really. Oh, I don't know anymore. This is so tough. What am I supposed to do? And now they're gonna spread? The spread is like the worst ever because I get instantly inflicted -3 defense. It's not worth when I don't have defense. I think, yeah, it's not worth when I don't have enough defense. Maybe I should. I gotta bait him into doing spread, don't plan. Right, bait him into doing that, I'll burn. Grant 2 defense immediately. The fuck? Oh shit! I was trying to fight you! No, we defeated you! All my work, all my efforts, all my plans! Oh shit. All inspired by our whispers through the door. And now all your achievements are ours. Oh my god, that's rough. Holy shit. Hi. Goo? TF? Okay, wait. Hi? Everum? Ah. After ages of peeking away, we are free. We wonder if Anvis is still wasting their time at Godai Delta. What's this? New champions? We see no army, no behemoths. Do you want us all to yourselves? Okay, I give up. What is that? The Darkness Olympia warned us about. We are rightful inhabitants of Aether. We have stolen our word from us, but we are patient. Your sins tear you down from within while we chip away at your seals and barriers. Randall eventually gave in to our whispers. His plans were our plans. His army will be our army. And your lives are now ours. Here he comes, don't hold back!
What the fuck?
What's going on? You find them to prevent the opponent from getting dice? How do I give item? How do I give item? Oh, give. Oh, okay. Yeah, give. I can now use or drop any items. Forest, what the fuck is going on? Okay, let me read this slowly. Not each turn with random dice. Each empty inventory slot will remove one of these dice. Oh, so it forces me to fight without inventory. Tough. Can't receive more than 1 damage per turn. Relentless. Tempt. At the beginning of each turn, opponent must make a choice. Pick an item and grant random dice to Averum, or give an item to Averum. Yeah, okay. Why give? I don't want to give him dices. Do you see how many stats that is already? And we haven't even drafted yet. Removes a food or potion item from opponent's inventory. If not possible, instantly grants 2 attack. On connect, deals 1 damage? Wait, it's an attack and... Oh my god, this is the worst. Removes a scroll item from opponent's inventory. If not possible, inflicts -1 to all opponent's status on the next turn. If damage, inflicts -1 stamina to the opponent. Remove a gem item of 20 gold. Equip an opponent inventory. If not possible, instantly inflicts -1. So Averum is like trying to destroy every single thing in your inventory, and then you have to fight naked. That is kind of fucked. like I'm just saying this right now. That is kind of fucked. But since you like me to use items so much, no point in not using items anymore. Shit, I don't even have defense though. Ooh, little cheap payoff. If damage grants 2 summon less on next turn, oh my fuck. Okay, cheap but you. I mean, I can deal damage to this thing right now. I can break it and grant defense. Yeah. Oh. It didn't tell me that's what's gonna happen. Relocate all your opponent's dice. I can give you a fish. Oh, thank god. Okay. That's a lot of base. Oh, what the fuck? How am I supposed to fight this thing? Okay, no defense die. No defense die. Oh, okay, no defense die. See if I can deal some damage then. Okay, at least I'm faster. Oh jeez. Not worth. I don't think I can deal damage this turn. Shine. Remove equipment from opponent's inventory if not possible. Instantly inflicts -1 defense to opponent. Instantly remove -1 defense, huh? Deals 2 damage. That's shine, okay. Let me think. Don't even think about dealing damage right now. He did the cover. I act first, right? So 9, 10. Don't want stamina die on the next turn. Next turn is Slade, okay. I guess I can cover and block the attack for now. Because now they have way too much dice on their hand. Here, have my fish. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm faster so I can dodge. I'm not... Yeah, if speed is higher than opponents and can't block, we auto dodge at the cost of 3 stamina. We'll take those. Now I just need to deal some damage. Yeah, okay. Oh, no technique though. I think it's okay. I'm just gonna strike him. As long as I can deal damage to Averum, I think that's like a win in my book. Although I think, you know what? I'm gonna eat something right now. For next turn. Okay. Because next turn is Hamir. Hamir needs stamina. Okay. Oh wait, I cannot block. I can dodge. Okay. And my cheese. Oh. My god, okay, this is bad. I have no defense. Hamir might die. Hamir might die here. This is too much. Yeah, Hamir cannot use Boxen mate dress when you want Boxen to mate dress. I don't know. How much does a mate dress cost? I never really look into it though. Equipment from the opponent inventory. Okay, gonna remove equipment again. They're not even gonna try to either. Oh, for my model? I don't know how to do clothing. That's not attacking, is it? Oh, it is attacking. I don't need to roll. Yeah, if they do shine. Oh, they're acting first. This is terrible. I need to roll. I don't have enough dice for it. Yep, run that and edit it. Maybe I can do that. Okay, this I can roll. It's fine. Roll and get more defense, and I'm gonna act first. Get more stamina back. No, that's good. I don't want them. You can have my cheese. Okay, let's drag this. Get this. Some speed. Okay, using that's good. $10, $11. Oh god, that's not enough. There. Now I can deal damage. You know what? I'm gonna eat. Yep, okay. Did it have the effect? I didn't say. Why did they only give 2 stamina? It's okay. Okay, 12, 11, I deal damage, 6, 7, I can block with break, accuracy is fine. Actually, wait. Yeah, I save 1 stamina like this. Then not bad, I guess. 6, 7, 12, 11, 10, 10. It's fine, it's fine. Who needs equipment? Who needs items? No, I'll give you one of mine. Wow, all hero fight? Yeah. Actually really cool. It forces you to learn how everyone fights. And I think I kinda like it. Random die. Well, I can get cheese. Here. 2 dice. 3. Okay, good. So 5s. Please be a good 5. Oh no, that's a terrible 5. I'm dead. Wait, they are dead. Unless they have like second phase. Look, I act first. I have enough attack to penetrate the defense. Yeah, I mean, I won, right? Shit. Maybe? Yeah, I act first. Seal once more, 1 shot? Let's fucking go! Oh shit. Let's go, GG. Curse you, Randall. You took so much of our essence for your MCD plot. We have barely enough strength to force ourselves through the broken seal. Now, activate the shot and steal it again. Quick, slot the shards into the door. Yeah, lock that thing away pronto. Begone, foul creature, and draw in the darkness that spawned you. Artemis, my beloved. Yeah. Great, now what? Olympia said the power of the shard was used to steal the darkness away ages ago. And Randall let slip that he and the other champions took back the shards once they were done. Then that's the key. The shard must remain in the door and keep it locked. If we take them, the thing will just seep back through again one day. Oh, that hurts. Leave such priceless treasures stuck in the door. I could use the breath of life to watch over Juice fail for eternity. But then I'll just be repeating the same mistake Randall did. No, for the good of Juicevale, for the good of the world, we have to give them out. Agreed, it's what Matok would have done. I won't risk the threat arising against the Firelands, nor can the shard's power be trusted in the hands of others. It is a reasonable sacrifice. No, not even Emperor Loxodont. I will find another relic to fulfill his desires. There will be other treasures, and being an undead puppet would put a damper on my quest. Thank you for your help, everyone. I know I don't deserve your trust, but we all make mistakes. What is important is you had the chance to mend things, and you took it. Thank you. I know what that means coming from you. Don't take it the wrong way. We're all just going the extra mile to protect our homes. You can't fool me. You got the heart of a hero hidden under all that scurvy swagger. You still disgust me, but you fought well, so I'll let it be. I'm just going to accept that. And I guess you did just help save my home from a nightmarish end, so thank you. So now what? Now we escort everyone back to the surface and celebrate stopping the end of the world. Now that is a plan if I ever heard one. A chance to celebrate. Yeah, let's do it. I doubt you dirt pushers can party like a Firelander. Don't worry, I'll show you how it's done. Artemis, my beloved. Oh my god, I did it in just 2 sessions? That's crazy. It was just 2 sessions, I did the whole story. Oh, GG! Good game. Well, if this game got Ascension, good, I'll play it. Yay, GG, good shit, wonderful music, good game. Very slow pace, and I like it. A lot of thinking. But the thinking is like oh yeah, Artemis, I love you, Artemis. I couldn't retrieve any artifacts, but I did discover a new threat. Captain? Oh yeah, Artemis is a captain, I forgot. A more immediate enemy needs your attention. But yes, my emperor, when shall my flame be unleashed? Prince Zetaburn was turned traitor and fled to Godai Delta. What? You are to track him down and end his treasonous life while abroad. His ashes will not fall on the Firelands. Whoa, what did Zetaburn do? Zetaburn, a traitor? No, I cannot accept that, but I must obey. I will depart at once, Emperor Loxodont. I will be sure to find him as quickly as possible. Loxodont seems corrupted. I think is this a corrupted ending? Is it because I let everyone corrupted? Elephant? Yeah. I think could this be like the bad the bad ending? Is that why? Because the eye of the elephant is yellow. Oh my god! Oh my god, this Slade! So much for finding a mountain of treasure. But it wasn't a total loss. Saving the world has its perks. I understand now why Arcane was holding all the obsidian in Merchant Port. He was trying to protect the people from the abyss. Now that the obsidian has lost its power, maybe he'll be more inclined to come home? I'll stock up the supplies, steal a nice big boat, and be out of the tide. Why does it smell like burning? Oh my god, I love this game so much. Please give me more. I just ended? Yeah, I just defeated this game in 2 sessions. Especially Sexy Shark Man though, it's not even suspicious at this point. Hamir! Deep underground beyond the Jewsville caverns. I'm glad to have the company, but are you sure of this? I'm sure. The Black Root came from outside the rock wall, but not from the Jewsville crypts. There must be more wellsprings of darkness. Right, and there'll be a threat to more than just the Aetherian forest and rock wall. Correct. I suspect Crag concluded that himself. I am merely following his example. And I think Metok would understand. I'm sure he would. Now then, let's find and stop the darkness. That's the end of the game? I want more! Fuck yeah, the music is so good. I love how towards the end, the boss is just like, oh, you want to use items? Well, fuck you. The more items you have, the more stronger I get, so yeah, eat shit. And then towards the end, just like, yeah, whatever, I just used all the items I have. And I won. Hell yeah. All because of Artemis, my beloved. Oh, welcome back, Pinky. Sorry, I was simping on Artemis a lot. Ayala's workshop, Jewsville. Oh, look at them. So, you defeated an eldritch horror and saved the world? Satisfied? Never! Badger Corporation may have suffered some losses, but they're still a threat. I won't rest so long as the people of Jewsville needs protecting. Ayala. Listen, I want to thank you for being so devoted and sincere. I haven't had anyone like that in my life. Eliana! Oh my god! It's Eliana! You're part of Jewsville too, right? I'll always be there for you. Likewise, partner. I got your back. Why is Eliana so sad? You said partner! And look, I managed to find an airstone after all was said and done. It's going to take... Whoa! With that kind of arsenal, Badger Corporation will be done in no time. Won't you feel bored? Maybe. In that case, I'll just have to seek out some new rivals. Eliana! Good game. GG. 10 out of 10. 20 out of 10. Just because Artemis, 30 out of 10. Wait, if that gem was the one that did not break in your weapon. Oh, that would be cool. Journal completion 100%? Woohoo! Easy game, let's go. Good game. Oh my god. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm kind of sad though that it's over. It's just 2 days. It's just 2 sessions. It's just 2 sessions. I want more. There's this challenge dungeon, I think.
Long ago.
Voice
history,
acting?
Before legend even.
I'm gonna skip this, don't worry about it. Yeah, there's challenge dungeons. Balance straightforward, inflict low damage. Evasive? Defensive? Strong. Can inflict double damage in exchange of HP. Can also heal in exchange of stamina. So like what? Is this actually how Artemis is supposed to be played? That's leaderboards? Number 1 is 8. Number 1 is Artemis? Oh my god. Number 1 is Artemis. Yes. Yes. Anyone play this game in my friends list? Here, let's try one. So is this just like endless run? Yeah, this must be like endless runs. Do I even have money? No, right? Yeah. 999 scores need to be too good to be true, I guess. Maybe they hacked their way, but still. Number 1 is Artemis, that's all I care about. Artemis! My beloved. I'm already dead? Wait a minute. Deal 1 damage with self. Deals 2 damage. And I'll be down to 1. Early one health strat. Let's fucking do it. And rage, deal 1 damage to myself. Instantly gain 3 attack. Oh, this is gonna connect, alright. Unless this doesn't connect, then I'm stupid. But this is gonna connect, right? Yeah, there it is. And then yeah, there is one one health. I have YSS 5. Ooh, let's go. Okay, I just need to break. I'm gonna strike, I win. Bonk. Maybe people find like some sort of loophole. How do they even count the score? I can assume it's just like endless run then. Okay, I can break. Break. Okay, I'm faster. Deal damage. Whoa, wait. Since when they have so much defense, attack? Oh, did I look at it wrongly? Oops. Guess I did. Wait, 8 is a lot. Oh, they're gonna do cover? Oh, they know. Instantly grants 2 defense ground stamina die on the next turn. But I'm still gonna deal damage anyway. It's okay. They're gonna cover? It's fine. I will destroy like this. I might need to play defensively. At this turn anyway. Bite? On connect? Okay, it's only on connect. Oh god, I'm like out of stamina already. Yeah, I'm out of stamina. This is bad. Attack will be the same as defense. Guess I can make use of that, huh? Huh. This is bad? This is like very, very bad. Oh, Liu Qi. I mean, if I burn, it doesn't give me stamina. I have to attack to get stamina. And, oh, I have to make it connect. That's kind of difficult. No, I'm slow. That's why it's gonna... I'm already dead? Hello? Oh, sorry, it's okay. No, I'm gonna burn this turn. I'm gonna block it. The draft is so weird. Can you attack? Yeah. This is bad. I'll be slower if I do this. I cannot break if I do this. Why am I losing? I cannot break when I do this? Ah, fuck. I can only burn again. Unless... You know what? Shit. What? 5... I mean, it's a matter of... Not... Well, you did... It's a matter of not enough accuracy. And speed. Why? You bully. You me to death? And not me to death? I cannot believe it. I can only burn, like, this is the only way that I can survive. It's so stupid. What am I supposed to do? Oh my god, what the fuck is this draft? You know what? You're not gonna get defense. Fuck you. No, you get defense anyway? Of course. Oh my god, it's gonna grow. Of course that WoW dies to the defense. Ah, god damn. What am I supposed to do? Oh wait, you know what? Equal? Yeah, this turn, do this. 13! Still gonna grow anyway? Okay, you're still gonna grow anyway? I can't deal damage to you. Yeah, this one get 2 stamina back. At least, you know, at least. Oh, now you don't give me any defense gem. You see how this game's trying to kill me? Bitch, I cannot. I lost. I kinda lost here. Yeah, there's literally nothing I can do. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Like, speed-wise, I don't even know. Attack-wise, I have enough attack, but I don't even have speed. Yeah, even that's not enough. What the fuck, man? Okay, game. Alright. First death. First very early death. I mean, there's nothing I can do, literally. Like, I mean it when I say there's nothing I can do. 6 defense at most. That guy's at 8 defense, 8 attack. No, Artemis! I suck! I fucking suck! I feel bad, goddamn. No, I want goddamn run back. Oh, it's a run back, alright. Why is everyone so strong? Where's like a small guy? What, everyone's a 3 healther here? Okay, let's not do the let's not do the one health spread too early, yeah. Oh fuck. I never get lucky with this. One speed. one. I mean, still 2. Yeah, okay, I block the attack. I attack first. I mean, even if I block the attack, I don't need to act first. Because I blocked the attack. And now they're doing focus. What if I do this? Are you gonna attack me? No. Just because I can block your attack now, huh? So I guess I'll do this to deal 1 damage to you then. It's mine. Burn grants 2 defense. I can block it because I'm gonna act first. Man, fighting without equipment is way harder than I thought. I assure you that 5 is gonna kill me. Look, let me show you. Oh my god. Okay, I take everything back. I do have to act first. I don't need to block it, but I do need to deal damage. With break, I can get 1 defense. But should I even do enrage? Deals 1 damage to self, instantly gain 3 attack. Instantly gains 3 attack is like really big. They're gonna do focus. And now they can oh! I'll enrage. Because enrage will gain 3 attack and I can instantly kill them. Not enough money. What is this strat? Okay, don't panic. I act first. Now we're gonna focus, but I can deal damage to you. Oh no. One thing with Artemis is that the burn gives 2 defense. Only if damage I get 2 3 stamina dice on the next turn. But if I block it, it doesn't give me anything good, so it's kind of hard. I think my playstyle is too defensive. That's the problem. Since I act first, what if I enrage? I can enrage and kill him instantly. Like, I can't do that. Right? I definitely can't do that. Yep. I'm doing it. Already at 1 health. Let's go. Alright. Okay, jam. -1 on A press, -1 to open the submit. Oh, I think it's pressing the weapon, isn't it? Because I never used that one before. Do I heal? Nah, who needs healing? Who needs healing? Famous last words. Shit. You know what? I should heal. Yeah. Oh my god, of course that's wild. Break gives... Oh, at 2 HP grants 2 defense. Ooh, I mean... Sure, grants 2 defense works. I just need to try it. Yes. Oh! Oh my god, that's how you use it. Okay, okay. I win. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, what now? I see the scroll. Oh shit! Wait! Did I misunderstood the scroll? Oh, defense is... Oh shit! Defense! Oh, it takes defense and then make it into a... I'm dead. This is what I get for not reading the scroll properly. For fuck's sake! Alright, okay, okay. I am dead as fuck. Gee, fuck you. Okay, with I mean, with burn I can still... Oh my god. Nah, just damage it. Just kill. Oh my god, I wasted the scroll so hard. Bite, what do you do? Inflict -1 to opponent's random stat on the next turn. That's gonna be so terrible. I'm gonna die. Strike it is. I done fucked up. I done fucked up. Oh my god. Of course, you gotta put in an attack. I'm faster. I can kill it now. Yeah. Any kill I can get. Any kill I can get, I'll get it. See opponent's note for the map. Okay. For the map? Where's the map again? Test your skills by finding your way through all the biomes in a single run. You get 1 chance. If you are defeated, you have to retry from the beginning. Okay. There's no map. Oh, there it is. I don't really see it. Opponent's dice are set to 3. Is that even that good? I cannot heal. I have no money. Oh! Why is it all Gem of Lightning? Yeah, don't use any stamina. Don't use any stamina. Focus. I cannot defend against that. Unless this is defense, then please. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Not okay. not okay. I'm dead. Actually, no. If I act first in that break-in, I get 2 and stamina back. Okay, I can get stamina back. Oh, huge. Okay, okay, good. Destroy. Oh. Okay, just need 1 so that I can break. They're gonna do cover. Why are they doing cover? Maybe they know. Yeah, they know that this is like advanced AI. So they're not so dumb to a point that, oh, I see your attack, I see my attack is higher than you, I'm just gonna attack you. They can actually count and know what I'm trying to do. Gosh, that's pretty good. But for now, I can deal damage. I'm first. And they're going cover, so there we go. Okay, I'm first. I can deal damage to it. I win. Bang. Okay, good. Huh. I'm slower. I cannot. Yeah, 1 stamina for 2. And I can block it afterwards. Yep. And speed. And this. Then I can keep breaking them. This is good draft. This is good draft. ACC times 2 during the turn. I mean, it's okay-ish, I guess. I'm not gonna heal. What is this? Are we already at the boss? Are we fighting boss already? Oh, nice! Oh! You guys never saw this, but look at this. Which is why I love the Axolotl so much. And I gave the Axolotl too much obsidian, and then they become evil, and they're just like so terrified. I mean, 50. Shit, I messed up. I mean, I don't need this. See opponents look from the map. Why? No. You know what? Okay, upgrade this. Base speed, please. I need it so hard. Okay, I don't need a heal, but now I have 2 speed at base, which is good. Look at everyone's so beautiful. Not like everyone's evil anymore. Oh my god, especially this little Axolotl here. Oh my god, I love them so much. Okay, let's see. Accuracy times 2 during the turn. Also this one. Do I even need this? Maybe in a pinch I could use that. Let's fight. Okay, tough, relentless, and unstable. Okay. I kinda want to bet on this. And I'm dead. Why? It's okay, I have stamina. I have stamina, I can work with this. I'm gonna act first. They have too much defense, so I guess I'm just gonna burn and save up the stamina for this turn. They can only strike, right? Yeah, they can only strike. +2, me first. Okay. 1 is defense. Okay. 9. Need. Maybe I should double the ACC. I should preserve stamina at this point. No, I have 9 stamina. Let's use some of this. I need one of these to block it. I need one of these to deal damage. Oh, they were using... Oh! Oh, they're relentless. They keep getting it back anyway. So yeah, let's just use it. I can get 2 stamina back like this. And I can block the attack afterwards. Oh, what is this? 5? I'm getting a 4. I have to gamble. And I gambled wrong. Okay, don't panic. Don't panic. They can only strike again. 3 points in attack, I can get break. I need to be faster. Oh shit. Yeah, why not play safe first? Because I cannot deal damage to it. He has too much defense points. Focus, right? I have focus. I can get ready for the next turn, right? See? I'm playing the game. Why are you so speedy? Okay. No. Okay, I can break. Good. Gain 2 stamina back. 2 for 2. Not bad. See ya. 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Oh god, there's so much attack. Since when? Oh, they're still gonna focus anyway? Why? Is it because they're slower? Yeah, okay, because they're slower. Then... Oh shit. Oh, I think because they think that I'm gonna do burn, but that wasn't my intention. Now you're gonna do strong. Now you're gonna do focus because I can do break. Very clever. No. But... Botster, hi! Oh my god! Welcome to me simping on Artemis. In case you guys don't know, the one on the left, Lizard, is Artemis, so welcome in. Oh, sorry. It's full screen. How are you doing? How are you all doing? Oh, thank you, Pinky. You are playing Resident Evil 4? Ooh, never played that one before. 7-hour stream, you two have done a big stream. Yeah, I mean... kind of addicted to this game, and also Artemis, my beloved. Hi, how are you all doing? Welcome in. I hope Resident Evil 4 is good. My name's Tiara, I'm a Kobo. Oh, hi, Gwillem. I do art occasionally, I like dragons a lot, and I play games. Yeah. The remake just came out today, so I went crazy. Ooh, shit. The remake? I think I've seen that one before. I'm not a huge, like, Resident Evil thing, but I heard it's pretty good. Hope you are doing good. Yeah, welcome in. I'm playing the challenge run. I just finished the story of this game just now. Just finished the story, really good, very short, 2 sessions. This is like the second session. Okay, 3 6 3 8九下9 92. Okay, I can break it. This game actually looks so cool. I know this game looks absolutely amazing. Okay, so long as I'm faster than him. Please be speed. Please be speed. Oh, thank you, game. I don't care how much attack you have, you're dead. Get him. Oh, wait. Oh yeah. Obsidian. So this is the town, right? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. This is like the most adorable Axolotl I ever seen. Very adorable. And then what I did, a spoiler though, right? Spoiler. But I'm gonna say it anyway. So the thing is with Obsidian, this thing right here, right? It can be used for my own, but also it can be used to upgrade shops. Not only this one, the rest of these, like the burb, the deer daddy, and also this blacksmith, and also the chameleon. So yeah, I can actually use Obsidian to upgrade each of this shop, right? So that they can offer better things, and also like, yeah, just offer better things in general. I did that because I love the Axolotl so much. I was like, oh my god, here's Obsidian for you. And then and then apparently too much Obsidian will cause them to go crazy. Like they go corrupted. It's like, oh god. And then there goes my cute little Axolotl. But like giving one is fine. But the moment you give it two, they go corrupted. Which I didn't know. But now I know, so I'm not gonna do it anymore. One for you. Yeah! Look at that, it's so adorable. Okay, I'm never giving you any more Obsidian, alright, for your own good. I gotta play a little bit more. It's like 7:16 right now. 7:16 PM? We get asked if we sell Axolotls at work all the time, but we don't like getting them in because they don't do great in summer. Oh. I don't think there's Axolotl in Malaysia. At least to my knowledge. I don't think there's Axolotl in Malaysia. Like none. Maybe because like Malaysia is eternal summer. Like for the past 2 days. Yeah, too warm here. For the past 2 days it's like meltingly hot. And then today is like pouring. Which is like weird as fuck. But I'll take it, and this is not hot anymore. I don't even need to open our air conditioner today. Which is great. Plus speed. I mean, I only have 22 gold. There's not much I can do here. Wait, what is that face? Oh. Gwilym, are you tired? Go rest. I mean, if you can, that is, you know. If work doesn't occupy you. I think I can still keep going down. I have upgraded my base speed to 2. Should be a little bit easier. Albeit like Artemis is like 0, like 1 defense, which is kind of sad. But I can work with that. As long as I got speed, I can break. 8 stamina, I can work with that. Me no like heat? Yeah, me too. Oh yeah. The thought of endless humid summer. I mean, I'm used to it. If I'm not used to it, I won't be here anymore. It's not that bad, to be honest. But how to explain if it's not that bad? I don't know. It's just not that bad, question mark. I guess I'm used to it. Yeah, it's fine. Strategies, relentless. Relentless? Wait, are you corrupted really? Maybe it's worse when you get different seasons because then you have something else to compare it to. Yeah, it feels like it. Like Eternal Summer, yeah, it's hot as fuck. It's melting. I keep sweating all day long. It's fine, right? Because it's just Eternal Summer. There's no change in temperature and everything. So like I cannot really think of like the other places. They have like 4 seasons, right? They have to prepare so many kinds of clothing and have to. It's just I feel kind of bad to places that actually has 4 seasons. Yeah, it's tough, right? I used to complain about Eternal Summer back then, but now it's like it's I'll fucking take Eternal Summer any day. A bitch took my speed. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm actually gonna die. Unless I can block it. They're relentless. I have to block it. I cannot attack. Oh my god, they know. Goddamn advanced AI. Advanced AI. No, I'm not even gonna attack you. Unless I can. Adjust? If damage grants +2 attack the next turn. Oh god, no. Focus? Even worse. But I think I can do focus as well. Oh, demand. I can get 4 stamina, but I already used like so much here. The city I live in reaches 42 plus Celsius on a daily basis during summer. Fuck. I mean, we kind of have that, but I always stream in around 38 to 40 degrees Celsius environment. But I think because I'm in Malaysia, so like I've been here for 26 years, so I guess I'm already like very used to the heat. But man, if like it changed from winter to spring to summer, and then you have to deal with like suddenly go from very fucking cold to very goddamn hot. Yeah, I cannot fathom that shit's tough. This music is a banger. Yeah, that's why I love this music. That's why I love this game so much. Not in the music, the animation, the character, everything. Story, not bad as well. Story is pretty good. I cannot attack this bitch. Burn. They're gonna focus anyway. We're lucky where I am. It doesn't get too cold compared to the other places. Oh, it gets to maybe 5 degrees in the morning, but averages around 12 to 18 during the day in winter. Dude, I feel cold when I'm in 22. I feel like freezingly cold when I'm in 22. It's like 12 to 18? Fuck. Macam mana saya tak tahu? Okay, I'm slower, but I can attack you and gain some stamina back. At some point, I should do demand and get stamina back. But now break. 2 states below me average like 5 to 10. Oh my god! The great thing about the cold weather is it's so much easier to sleep. However, it makes it harder if you have to get up for something. It's too cold, right? Gosh, I cannot think of being in such a cold place. Cool beans. Now they have 2 defense. If damage grants 2 attack the next turn. Oh my god, play defensive, please. I need this. Give it to me. Also this. Oh yeah, I don't need speed. I just need to block your attack. You're gonna adjust? I'm gonna demand. I only have 1 HP. Okay, I can block that. 6, 8. I don't care about attacking. We are speedier, but I don't care. Demand. Oh? Trying to do strong, I think? Oh no, I have no speed. Oh my god. What if I enrage? Am I gonna die? I never tried this before. Deals 2 damage, deals 1 damage to self. I only have 1 health. Am I gonna die? Or am I gonna self-heal? I don't know anymore. Just use the stamina. It's just gonna grain to attack again. Unless... Are you gonna do strong? Oh my god, yeah! Wait, I'm slower. No! Fuck. Adjust. Okay, fine. It's okay. I can block the attack. They are not attacking. Yep, I'm slower, but it's okay. I'm gonna die anyway. Unless I'm faster than him. You know what? Yeah. Oh, they go for defense? Shit, I didn't expect that. I have to get this. They can attack, it's fine. +2... I'm slower. No. And then I'm gonna heal. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh my god, stop wasting everything. Oh, fucking... Okay, 12, 11. Okay, I can kill. This guy doesn't seem relentless. Okay, thank god it's not relentless. Oh yeah, okay. The hardest part is preparing to shower because you have to wear less clothes for a brief moment. Oh yeah, how do you even... Oh god, how do you even shower in such a cold weather? That's insane, oh my god. Stonk? Heating system? Oh yeah, there's such a thing as heating system. Yeah, if without heating system, that's gonna be terrible. Okay, they only have 3 attack. If I get to do first, if I act first, I can block it and get some stamina back. Yeah. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh boy, this is very bad. I can burn? Yeah, I can burn and just... block this turn, yeah. Okay, I'm faster. Two defense, block. could spend more like this, and then I can attack him. Hello? Everyone's raiding here? Oh my god, I'm gonna go get dinner, please! Hi. Don't worry, I'll play more. It's a win in my book. No dinner? Yeah, that's fair. Don't worry about it. I have snacks here. While you're doing Call of the Lamb, oh my god, it's a game that I haven't played in a long time. Hi Night Pirate, hi Sly. Been a long time. Hope you're doing good. I hope you are doing good. Hope you have fun with Call of the Lambs too. Hi, my name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I like fighting games. I love dragons a lot, and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Look at what? Look at the Steam thing. Is that like a video? Chiki-chan versus Benny, but it's taken. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let me focus on this one first. Thanks for a raid, Sly. Appreciate. So 4-3, I can deal. I can break. And 4-6 break plus 2 defense. Yep. I can put it. I guess I have to play defensive, huh? Or not. Oh god. I'm slower, but I can block the attack. Oh. Butch Cat 95. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Of course. Had lots of fun dungeon crawling. Yeah. You did the combat in Call of the Lambs pretty good. I mean, I liked it personally. I'm losing stamina. I'm losing stamina like mega fast. On the next turn, I mean, I act second, but I can kill it. Get 2 stamina back. Yeah, I'm doing it. Good. Never Cobalt form, but I do miss a Forest Spirit too. True, true. I'm not abandoning my my Forest Guardian character. It is still here, still here. Oh. I always the name Porter Place 95 actually in the Rabbit Hole Hotel. Rabbit Hole Hotel? You mean Tikri? Oh. So you hang out in Tikri stream a lot too? I mean, I do lurk on Tikri stream like all the time. You know, as like a fellow kobold trolls jam at each other. Yeah. I feel like defense will be good here. We have the same speed. Oh, okay. Line. If damage inflicts -2 on the next turn, inflicts -2 accuracy on the next turn. Is it because of this? Ah, that's why, okay. Then I'll put it here. Okay, anyway, I need to use 1. But 1 stamina for 2 stamina? I think that's not bad. So I cut him. Me first, get 2 defense. I can block the attack. Good. I just need to attack and be fast. They're gonna steal? Elixir of Speed. I could throw away this thing and eat this. It's giving me a lot of potions here. Oh no, what is this draft? Please be defense, please. I'm gonna cry. I'm dead. It's gonna steal... What if I block the attack? And demand stamina back. This way I can get full stamina. Which is great. Oh yeah, I'm doing this. Oh god. It's probably gonna take the 6 speed. Here. Yeah, okay. I'll take this because I'm faster. Okay, 6-5, I can deal damage and get defense? Yeah, defense. Maximum stamina again. Whoa, what the? Okay, bad. You guys are probably very confused by what this game is. And just watch me playing around. I don't know if you guys know about this game. I mean, I should explain a little bit. I mean, I should explain that the purple one is wild. You don't know if it's gonna be attack, defense, accuracy, or speed until you take it. So that's why I'm very scared. But 6 in general is really good. Why is it always speed? I mean, speed is good. Nine on 9. I know Rivals Aether, so this feels new. This is Dungeon of Aether. It is from the same universe. That's why. Also, Artemis, my beloved. Have you guys seen Artemis though? She looks really good. This is more like the dungeon crawling dice game. Okay, 10, 9, 2, 4, 2, 4, 2. Okay, 10. Me first, good. Need to keep that stamina high. This is kind of bad. Alright. But please be defense. That's even better. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Thank you, game. Thank you. Okay, I'm faster. I can kill it. Destroy. Good. Right, Willem? This game's great. I mean, it's like a heck load more slow paced than Rivals of Aether. But then again, it's like good stuff. Oh my god! Seriously? Oh, I'm taking this. All good. Rivals of Aether, that like Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla. I played a little bit back then. Not my cup of tea. Not really my cup of tea. Can't say I really like it. It's another thing I need to worry about, but I'll get it someday. I mean, highly recommend. Rivals of Aether doesn't cost a lot too, right? I think it's like 20 ringgit something. Converting to USD is like 14, 24, 24, maybe somewhere around $9 $7 maybe. Not too sure, but more or less. Okay, me first. Good. Why is this draft so scary? If this is not defense, I'm dead. Yep, I'm actually dead. Well, not really dead, but... Okay, let me see. I could... Is this speed or defense? Speed? Oh god. Oh, there's so much stamina. It's so sad. Okay, +2. Me first? Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go all out on this. Don't even need defense. You can get it, I don't care. I'm faster than you. There. 1 point for one stamina. Yeah. On April, changes the highest value die on the draft to the attack type. Ooh. I do have this that I always keep forgetting to use. -1 to opponent's stamina dice. I'll keep it. Actually, I'll keep it. Yeah. Eat this. Take this. Eat this. Take this. Okay. Artemis is the character you're playing today? More like I'll be playing for now. Because just now I was playing the story and I finished it. And now there's like the challenge run. The story is like relatively short. Or maybe I'm just too good, I don't know. Nah, no way I'm too good, it's just... Maybe... It's almost like Lil Gator game, right? Lil Gator game, I finished it in 1 session. That's how much I love the game. Although, to be fair, Lil Gator game is a little bit on the shorter side. Gameplay length-wise. But then this one is like more about... How fast you... How fast? Do I count? Something like that. I don't know, but I just love this game. That's all I have to say about it. Okay, we're back here. Interesting draft, okay. Oh no. Get a strike. 2. Yeah, good. Oh, I wonder what this is. Actually, that's good enough. I have maximum stamina as well. Destroy! Right? Artemis is like so good. Scroll of Haste, simultaneously pick your whole draft. Oh! That is huge. That is so good. See, the thing is with when I play games like this, you know, they have like items. I don't really use them just because I like hoarding items too much. Same goes like survival games as well. I just hoard them like crazy. Oh, you really want to kill me, huh? I'm slower, huh? Rave. If damage grant 1 5 attack die? Oh god, 5. Fine, I mean, I'll still do it, I guess. Or maybe not. I feel like it's not that worth. Because 5 attack die, one 5 attack is like really, it's a lot. I'm still gonna do Wraith anyway, even though I'm blocking it. Ah, fuck it. I'll think about it afterwards. Oh my god! Okay, this is really bad. Okay, that's how many? 6? Okay, I act first. I still need 1 point here to do break. Yeah, they don't have stamina die. Aye. You know what? No, I'm using this. Look at that. Save me stamina. Stamina is like too important at this point. Yeah. 3-1. I attack first. 10 to 12. Block it. Okay. It's so gonna put it into attack if I take this. If I take this and put it into defense, they're most likely not gonna put it into attack. Oh! Wait, no way. Really? Oh, that's worth. I win. And I can get stamina back as well. Ooh. Okay, 8-7, I win. 4-4, I win. Wham! Okay. I'm doing one health run because Artemis really excels when she has low health. Or like 1 HP. If your speed is higher or equal than your opponent, avoid the attack during this turn. Yes, please. I'll play a little bit more. I don't know how long. I mean, I know this is like endless run. I'll play a little bit more. Huh. I'll go for the safe bet. Please? Oh wait, that's actually good. Whoa. Okay. Oh, you're gonna strike? Not if I break you. Wait, can I save? Oh, I sure can. Okay. Okay, there's 3. Save a point. Can still destroy him. Breaku! Of course I'm taking that. Snatch. Grant 1 stamina die on the next turn. Grant 1 3 stamina die on the next turn if damaged. No. I'm not gonna attack. I'm gonna focus. Right, prepare for the next round. Right, prepare for the next round. Don't give him don't give him accuracy. Oh shit, nope. Five 3, me first 8. Okay. 7 to 9, cheap but you. Yep, that's 2 break. Yeah, just spam break. Break's too good. Break is like really good when I have like 1 health. Here, I should show you. So break this move. On connect, it deals 1 damage. And then instantly I gain, at 1 HP, I gain 2 defense and 2 stamina. Which is why it's so good. I just spam it. Please be something good. Oh no. Is it gonna rave? They have low health. Yeah, just kill it. Change the highest value die on the draft to attack type. Oh, very aggressive. This one is very defensive. I think aggressive style fits Artemis? Question mark? Yes. Anywhere else I can go up here? Yep. It's a dead end. Okay, cool, cool. Instantly grants 2 defense, grant 1 2 defense die on the next turn. Oh shit. Guess I'll focus then. Yeah, because they're doing resist, they're not trying to attack. Oh boy. Oh, that's good. So 5-4. Oh, no stamina used? Damn. So 5-4, I win. Speed wise, I win. So break after break, I get 2 defense. Oh, hell yeah. Free. Resist? Wait, actually... grants 2 defense die on the next turn is like kinda good for him. Can I... here. Retain? Oh shit. If damage, grant 1 2 stamina die on the next turn. Oh! That's really good. Yeah, 2 stamina die though. It's okay. Oh no, what is this trap? Oh my god, lucky. Yeah, I win. Don't even need anything. Although, no, I'll break you. Get stamina back. So 4-3 I win, 5-3 I win, 5-8 I don't care. Wham! Meat? Oh my god. Oh. Hi Leon. Still no Sharky? I played through the whole story already. I already finished the story there. Oh no, Relentless? Oh god. Oh, it's speed? Oh god. Yeah, it's Relentless. Oh! Oh, this is so bad. Strong? Shit. I'm slow too. Ayo. Snatch. I mean, I'm blocking the attack, right? I'm not even trying to damage them. Look at how much defense it is. I'm gonna focus. Strong move. Hi, legs. Oh, it's almost 8 PM. Oh my god. I'll play a little bit more, just a little bit more. Oh yeah? Okay, me first. I'm gonna break and get some stamina back. So strong. Also, good morning, Lex. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, that's good enough. Whoop. Okay, time to eat some fish. Oh my god, I don't like when they're relentless. Oh my god, there goes all my stamina points. It's fine. If I break them, I can get 2 stamina back. After I use 7. I just feel like it's not worth. What if I play defensively? Let me think about this. What if I do this? I don't really care about speed. How about that? Yeah, that's right. What you can do is snatch. I know. I'm gonna focus. Everything alright? Good to know. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Way better than the past few days, definitely. Like, allergies is not... Allergies doesn't strike me as hard anymore, so... Yeah! Attack though. Oh, am I dead? If your speed is equal or higher than your opponent's, you avoid their attack during this turn. I could make use of this. You know what? Yeah, fuck this. HCTP higher. Alright, I don't even care. Scroll of dodge. That's right. I, however, am gonna do focus again. Yeah, you do your strong, I can avoid. Oh boy. Nuh-uh. That's right, I'm gonna win. Okay, 10, 7... Yeah, I have to do it. They still have 2 health, so that's why I need to block it. So once I do break, I can get 2 stamina and 2 defense. Faster. Yep. Okay. Trying to do snatch? The man needs 2. Why would you want to attack when I'm doing this? Oh, because you're slower. But when I'm... Okay, that's weird. I can demand for more stamina for now. They're gonna do snatch, so I'm not gonna get damaged. Get stamina back. Oh. I mean, what's the point? Yeah, I cannot damage him. Dude, 12 points of defense is too much. Let's just defend through this one. That was a bad draft. Alright, I can only bet. Please be attack. Thank. Oh my god, thank you. Holy shit. Nuh-uh. Actually, what if I put it here? Ah, okay. 1 point here. Buriku! Thank god. Relentless is like the worst enemy right now because they always like... They can change their stamina point investment like at any time, which is kinda tough. Already the crypts? Oh god. Why are we at the crypts already? That's too quick. Okay, one more fight is all I have to do. One more fight. I'm getting too hungry. I kinda want to demand for more stamina points for now, since they're doing cover. Yeah, grants 2 defense. I don't care. I need stamina right now. I need 7. 1 point here. Ooh, that's a low stamina usage. It's okay though. Break will grant me 2 stamina back. Avenge, what do you do? Oh shit, wait. If damage instantly gains 3 attack? No. No, wait, no, wait, ayo. That's painful though. They have 4 base accuracy? So that means that they can do Avenge at any time. I need a lot of defense too. Unless I attack second. Unless I attack second. That's the point. Oh my god, unless I attack second. If I attack second, that's not as good though. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. What if I just don't attack at all for now? Liu cheap Bachu. It's a bit of a waste. Oh, now it's doing cover. they know, right? Yeah, that's why. See, this is like the game knows they'll change move accordingly, which is like so good. Good AI. I love that. I gotta burn. Interesting dice. Okay, I think I might be dead. I might be dead. This is too much. And they can do Avenge as well? Oh, they can do Avenge at any time, which is tough. Now they're too much attack. Remember the Steam message? Yeah, I know. Do I have to watch it now? I don't really want to watch it now though. This is bad. PC. Oh, I should have picked this one. I mean, I have this one. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit too late on that. Escape from a fight. Can't believe I'm using this. Bye. We're just chilling. Okay, MCR. That was tough. Oh, who are you? Replace your gem with a random one. Reset gem durability. Oh, please. What is that? Of win? Oh, that's good. Now I'm surrounded, kinda. Okay, remember I have this, and also Gem of Wind. Gem of Wind's good, Gem of Wind's good. Okay, let's fight again. Okay. Oh! Their base stat is so strong though. I feel like... Okay, let's see. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, 11 base stat. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I'm already at 8. There's like 3 points difference. Like, it doesn't sound as much, but it is a lot. They're gonna do cover if I act first, or I can block it. But I cannot bait them into thinking that, yeah, they don't take the bait anymore, which is like the hardest part of the game currently. It's okay, they can do cover. I'm gonna demand too much. This is hard. It did, like, the Bone Dragon has been giving me the most trouble this session. Like, even when I'm doing story, the Bone Dragon is like the hardest currently. To me anyway. But this is good because they use the stamina point, so which is good. Yeah, thing is they can always do Avenge, like, every time. I should pick the whole draft first. But their speed's really like so much faster than mine. Like unstable is so good though. Unless their base stat is like 0000. Because now their base stat is like 3143, and then they always get each die in each category. So it's like double the base stat already. Which is like kinda hard, that's why. Maybe Bone Dragon needs to be nerfed, but then again, it's a dragon. I mean, they say it's a skeleton, but hey. Okay, eat meat. Alright, eat meat. Pick my poison. A 12 goddamn attack. Do you see? Oh my god. Okay. 12 attack. How the book, and then they do avenge? It's even worse. Gosh, like even with 10 stats, it's not even enough. That's 10. It's such a waste. But I can at least deal damage like this. Ya no? Right? Ya no? I can deal 1 damage and get 2 stamina back. At the cost of me acting second. But I can block it. And they're not gonna get 3 attack immediately. Okay, just one more. Do I just go like batshit insane on attack? Because they have like only 1 health left. I do need to be fast though. Let's play defensively. They're gonna pick all attack dices, I think. Yeah. Even that is not enough. I want to do demand. How about this? They're gonna cover. I'm gonna demand. I get 4 stamina back. I think that's pretty worth. They're already at 10 attack. I need speed. Gem broke. It's okay. Okay, I'm faster. They have no health. Good. I can kill it. Fuck. That's so difficult. Oh, where's that squirrel? All your dice are set to 6. Oh my god, yes. Just wanna see a reaction to it on stream. Oh, okay lah, then I'll watch it before I end. Maybe they just have the bone to pick with you. You're not wrong. Oh, not relentless. I don't want to fight anything that's relentless right now. Okay, one more. Like, you see the problem here, right? The starting stat I have is 3122. They start with 7656. 3122. 3 times 2 is not even 7. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 times 2 is 4. Oh! Every single number I have times 2 is not even like matched to this stat. I think that's a little bit too much. I just sincerely think that's a little bit too much. I love you though, Bone Dragon. Jeez. I love you though. I'm dead. I need 7. and I can't even deal damage to it. I can only waste this turn. Although I'm first, so I can cover. I can burn, but they're for sure gonna change to cover. Yeah, see? They changed to cover. I could focus because they're doing cover. Because burn just doesn't really give me anything. Okay, let's use this. I might have to use Obsidian. I might have to use Obsidian. This draft will kill me. Why? Because there's no defense dice. And their raw attack's already at 9. I have 1 defense. How am I not dead? Oh, fuck. Oh, you lucky bitch. I'm dead. There's no turning back from this. Even if all my dice is set to 6, it's not even gonna help. They have Avenge. That's how bad it is. Use the Obsidian, give into the dark side. Honestly though, even if I use Obsidian, it's a huge problem when the base stat is too high, you know? I think that's a huge problem. I'm actually dead. Even using Obsidian, I don't have enough defense. Or like, I have enough defense, but what's the point, you know? I'm dead! Ice Bear, hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, appreciate. Yeah, there's no turning back from this. I could, however, try to just like, you know, do this. It's like, please spare me. Please spare me with all the things over there. The fucking Obsidian it is then. There's not a single defense die, which is like dumb. Oh, it's purple. Am I relentless now? I feel sad. Okay, how about this? Okay, let's see. If I put it like this and I focus, I get two stamina. If I use this and I demand, I get 4 stamina back. It's stupid, but I'll do it. Unless I stun them because the base ACC is 2. The base accuracy of Bone Dragon is 2. So if I'm fast enough and I just attack them with stun, I use this one. See what I can do. It actually worked to my favor. No, actually that didn't work to my favor. Because they have extra accuracy now. Our Grand 179 on the next turn. You know what? I'll block this one. The base stat is insane. The base stat is insane. There's no way. There's nothing I can do. I cannot take it. I cannot take it because of Avenge. They can forever do Avenge unless they roll 1 on the unstable dice, which is very unlikely. This is tough. I mean, of course this is tough. This is so tough to a point, it's kind of stupid. Alright, I'll block again. I mean, not that there's anything I can do about it. Eight defense. Oh no, 8 attack. 8 attack. 8 attack. 8 attack. 8 goddamn attack. I'm so close to giving up. There's no use. It is as Silver says. It's no use. Take this. Silver was right all along. God damn. Silver was right all along. It's no use. I don't even have enough speed. Look. I'm slow, but this is like my full like I don't know what's gonna happen if I do Enrage now. I feel like Artemis is gonna kill herself, but I hope not, because this is my only hope. You know what? You know what's my only hope? Oh fuck! Wait, no. Actually, this is not my only hope. It is. Wait, you know what? It is. Let's go. All right. So I have this, right? All 6. I'm faster. I can destroy this Bone Dragon in one shot if this doesn't kill me. Like, if Enrage doesn't kill, I'm sure it does though. Like, of course it's gonna kill. It's worth a shot. You know what? Worth a shot. Yep. Hey, I fucking tried, man. What can I do when the fucking base stat is all ×2 of my base stat? I tried, man. I don't know. Oh, they count the score with money. Oh, that's how they count the score. Well, now I know what to do. I can always play this game anytime I want. I can always play
emotional damage.
Yeah, I tried. Sorry, Artemis. Okay, I'm gonna go get dinner. It's 8:30. It's 8:24 p.m. God, I'm actually very hungry. All right, let's watch the video. Also, there as proof that I finished the game is the end though. Like that. Journal completion 100% as well. I'm so good. All right, what's the video? Can I watch it on YouTube? Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Jackie Chan, Benny who? It's 5 minutes? That's not Tekken 8. You lie. You're using all the old stuff, but you say it's Tekken 8. But good at it though, hell yeah. I'm not gonna watch through the whole thing, am I? I'm not gonna. Excellent. I love how they use old Lei Chao blood noises. The edit. Damn, this makes me want to watch Jackie Chan movie. Action packed, so good. The grab. I'm not gonna watch through this whole thing. I'm sorry. This I mean it's 5 minutes. Good at it though. Fuck yeah, dude. I'll give it a like. Hell yeah. This is too long. I'm not gonna watch all that. I'm of course because I'm getting hungry as well. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Maybe I can even watch it like afterwards. It's also the only vid on this channel. Really? Wait, let me look at it. Also, let me. I mean, there's two videos, but like one is like 7 seconds. A real scene for an 80s martial arts film. And then there's like the video they sent me. They lie. It's not Tekken 8. It's like old Tekken noises. Bet with paw. Yes, please. Or is it? Yeah, this one. Yeah. Yeah, definitely give Dungeon of Aether a look. Very banger music, and everything about the game is pretty amazing. I mean, I can play this game for like 8 hours straight. Hell yeah, man. Okay, let me see. I mean, there's premium that's streaming. I'm gonna rate premium. Yeah, I'm gonna rate premium. Oh, he just started? Good choice of a raid, since he just started. Okay, let me just... Get him, Jackie! Jackie cool. Let me plug everything real quick. I have a Discord, I have a bunch of links here to my Twitter and YouTube and stuff. Still posting VODs on my YouTube, albeit very inconsistent, but yep, it's still going on. Sorry. Also, there's Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I'm actually getting exhausted. Whoa, all the fatigue just like rushes in. Okay. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here, Legs. Thank you. I'm gonna type in the rate real quick. Premium Daddy. Yeah, why not? Let's rate premium. Okay, there it is. Rate has been typed. Compatible. Oh yeah, there it is. I can't believe I forgot about compatible. Well, you guys can spend some time reading it. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go get dinner real quick. Tomorrow is oh yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday, and I want to do Okami. Yeah, let's play Okami tomorrow. Okay lah. Then tomorrow I do Okami. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Right, know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. Very, very valuable. Yeah. And here comes the raid to premium. You know, at least this time I did not rush the raid like yesterday. Because yesterday I seriously forgot about my badminton session. So just like dead silence and then just raid out really quickly, right? Really quickly. Alright, here's Kubo raid says hi. Oh, I need to update the raid message. Okay, there it is. Dude. Kubo raid says hi. I'm thinking of playing Tekken though. How long again was it? Let's see, Tekken. Why am I suddenly thinking of playing Tekken? February 23rd. Oh, it's been a month. Oh shit, is it a monthly ritual again? Wow, legs. Is it a monthly Tekken session ritual? I mean, it's been exactly a month. I kind of want to play Okami. I'll see what I do tomorrow. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Bye.